Тук си да гласа. Проба, проба. Чува ли се? Проба.
Искаше на английски нещо.
Проба, English, Bulgarian. Дали на английски, то пробата за звука. Проба. Проба.
But I know you've done this before, I assume.
Yes, I have.
Awesome. How long can you do it? Like how many minutes of live translation?
Hours.
Hours?
Hours, but of course with some breaks.
Okay. Well, that's awesome. I like the profession.
Thank you.
It tells me
Едно,
to
две, три.
mute original
Едно, две, три.
audio. I'm not sure if that's our capability.
Hi.
Oh, yeah, okay. Now I know what to do. I have
Hello.
muted original audio.
Hey.
Okay.
Чакай се, кое беше? Hello? Do you hear me? Не, мисля, че не ни чуват. Ей. Не. И е на Black Magic Design. Hello? Are you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you,
Oh, okay. Hello?
but there is a tiny irritating sound along with your voice.
Yeah, there's a humming noise like
Yeah.
Morning, Giovanni.
Така ли? А не е ли, че има микрофония?
Не, ние нищо не можем да направим. Да сложим десктоп бекграунд. Ротейтинг е...
Да, не, ротейтинг според мен е точно... И това е микрофон. Еми така ще чуват се едно.
Не, микрофон. Ти тук не ми връщаш, нали, в момента, тук, когато ми подаваш.
Еми...
Зума, ето виж.
Nina, will there, when you translate and the other attendees speak English, will I hear them directly?
You will hear only my voice.
Чуваме ли се? Да. Добро утро на всички.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Minister, if you want to come here to the platform to join me, I hope that there is no people outside. Thank you to each of you who took the risk to be here physically. We will have a video streaming parallel for the people that we could not register to be physically here. My name is Gergana Pasi, and I'm a president of the Digital Coalition. It's an honor for me to even in a change form, to have a second event, CyberSec Sofia, that we started in 2019, together with the magazine Economics and with many partners. And that turned out to be quite a success, of course. The environment was quite different there. We had about 300 people, 15 laboratories, and then we had a stress test for the whole humanity that really concerned our event, and we had to just reject it. Now we have our second edition in a hybrid format with only 100 people here present in our discussion, and we hope that we will have more people online because the topic was quite important, especially after this health economic crisis that's still going on with the different dynamics. During those months, the office, our GP, the school, our meetings with friends were in front of the screen of our computer. That's why All the analysts point out to a raise of the cyber threats. That's why we believe that from all this crisis, we will have our conclusions, the public administration, the private players would have to change the way of all activities in the internet media. I want to thank our Minister of the Transport and Communications, Mr. Zhelyazkov, that he took my request and invitation to be here to say a few words, because COVID-19 really put a lot of pressure on the public administration as well. So I would like to start with the question whether this pandemic changed the environment and created challenges to the public administration, and how the public administration would react to be more resilient in such crisis. Yes. We are all witnesses that during the last decades, it wasn't easy because in the past, when we had different rights, human rights, to have now the free movement of capital, people, the world became small and people started traveling a lot. And this just became the natural behavior. And then everything stopped. And it stopped not only because of the pandemic, of the fear, of the loss of trust, but it really was transferred to the virtual world. So the physical world was removed, but people really started traveling and doing many different things in this internet media, and this really increased a lot the exchange and transfer of data, and it placed many expectations to the ecosystem, and this is the raising of the cyber security. With all the threats that existed in the past, as the hybrid attacks, malware on the information network, during the last months we became witnesses of many attacks that are connected with the topics of our different behavior in the virtual media, phishing attacks to the educational systems, healthcare systems. You know about the big attack to the German supercomputer, which was in the process of developing a vaccine for COVID-19. So the variety increases, and also the level of threat increases. Of course, the behavior is always more reactive than proactive. But what we are doing together with all the other countries has three directions. First of all, it's monitoring and analysis of the cyber threats and cyber attacks. Second is the cyber simulations done in Bulgaria. And the third one is the training of the public administration, especially when the virtualization of the networks that the administration works with right now are used for the distance working. I believe unconditionally that every crisis is also an opportunity, and I think that in this context of the sum of money that the European Union gave to the member states, Bulgaria should receive 6 billion and 200 million euro, and we have to invest those money in the digital industry and cybersecurity. Do we have a plan how we would prioritize our politics. Could you share a bit about that? Yes, you're right. Concerning the hypothesis of the sum of money, we should not look to the European financing as an unconditional approach. This is not unconditional money. They are indicatives, and for Bulgaria, it's 6.2 billion euros for the mechanism of resilience. It's not only to mitigate the consequences of the crisis on the economy, but to invest in the future, in the synergy of all the different policies. You know that the European Union planned a serious agenda for the next decades, innovation, digitalization. And from that money, it's minimum 20% for projects that guarantee the synergy between the different policies. So it's time that the state would not be only a regulator of these processes, but a participant as well. For example, building of digital highways, registers, digital registers, topics connected with overcoming of the digital separation. So these are approaches and not just goal in itself. And the real goals we have to achieve together with the business. We had the opportunity together with the business to really make a framework for different projects, for building of the physical infrastructure that will allow us fast exchange of electronic communication, where there is a digital separation to overcome it, but together with the business. So I think that the state should be proactive where there is no business interest or approach, and on the other hand, the business should give an opportunity to the state and the public administration to distribute and allocate this infrastructure. In Bulgaria, there is quite a good infrastructure for informational exchange, and now we are in the process of integration, and that will give us an opportunity for this digital approach. So these big projects are turned to this big picture in the context that what Europe expects from us, resilience of the policies for the next decades. I have memories from the time where you took over the National Agency for Electronic Governance. And I think now that what we lack as a state and society, it's just a clear set of goals and following those goals with specific projects. That's why I'm waiting to see how Bulgaria would be set in the big strategy of the European Union to 2025 to free uninterrupted 5G coverage to even from the most urban areas to the smaller places. Do we have this highway goal so that the projects would serve that goal? I would just say the big goal is clear. The terms are set and they're really accessible. But here is the question about trust. You all know that in those times, quite a lot of people, consumers, are looking for simple answers. That gives an opportunity for growing of different myths and opportunities for interpretation to occult and all different influence of technology. Yes, I just shared that we will allocate the resources and we will encourage investment with different measures, starting with just distribution, targeted investments in this line, and overcoming of the mistrust of using the new technologies. Right now, we can see that because of the competition in the approach, or just trying to really reach digital indicators, the 5G now is an upgrade for the 4G network, and it will be with a higher speed. And I really believe and hope that the industry would be more communicative with society, so that the society could be ensured that there would be no bad consequences. So infrastructure could not be a goal in itself. It should give more qualitative services to the society. So we saw how during pandemic, the usage of that network as the speed and resilience gave an opportunity to just give services as distance work, distance education. Up to 2025, according to the requirements, we will reach the goals. Thank you very much for your participation here. The messages you gave to the business, I hope it could be heard in this room also, and also online environment. There are a lot of representatives of the business. I would like just before saying goodbye to the Minister Zhelyazkov and go into our working program, to say that even though this event should be a bit small by objective reasons, but we have a lot of partners because this topic is very strategic. And in this event, as our partner is NATO, the Foundation Konrad Adenauer, and I'm thankful to them. And you will see now for the first time the new General Secretary of NATO, which will give us our video message. And then I will ask Mr. to come here and said, so let's just see the video message. I will thank you again, and also to really overcome the myths of the 5G mystery. And we will participate in that process as well, and we believe that this is part of the progress. I just want to wish you health and be cyber clear, so keep distance between yourselves.
Hello from Brussels. Thanks to Gergana Passy for her kind introduction. Also, great thank you to the National Digital Alliance for organizing this webinar. NATO Public Diplomacy Division is happy to be supporting it. I will say a few words about the themes that are so important to all of us, which is cyber, resilience, and disinformation. They are all connected. And I hope that this will contribute to fruitful discussions of your webinar. So first, on cybersecurity and defense. Cyberspace is central to all our societies. And it's even more important than ever now with the digitalization of everything as a consequence of COVID-19 pandemic. And I want to underline that all the opportunities that we have be it digital development, services, education, depend on cybersecurity. It depends on cyber defense. So it depends not only on the governments, but on each one of us in our societies. How aware, knowledgeable, and ready to act we are. NATO as organization embraced this challenge quite many years ago, already since 2008. And in consequent years, NATO has advanced to both recognize the threats and take actions against them. And in terms of actions that NATO has taken, it's very clear. One important aspect is that it's part of core task of collective defense. It's part of everyday work that NATO as organization is doing. So the protection of our infrastructure, networks, is what has been strengthened. NATO has integrated cyber defense in its military operations as an integral part of these operations. And also, NATO has recognized that international law applies to cyberspace. So not only international law applies to everyday relations in real life, but also to cyber. Already in 2019, NATO Secretary General said that the alliance could respond with Article 5 in case by a cyber attack. That has not happened yet, and we see that more and more of the cyber threats and attacks are happening in the gray zone, just below this military action. And that is what we expect how it will be also in the future. So in that respect, it's very important that the allies and all of us, all our societies, are as resilient as possible. These types of threats, both on military side but also on civilian, in terms of what we are doing as NATO, are addressed through a variety of means. We have a rapid reaction cyber defense team. We have regular exercises that NATO organizes for our military, but also civilians. And we have also so-called framework to increase resilience. And that is through NATO defense ministerial meetings, and that is the Article 3 of Washington Treaty, which calls for all allies to do everything necessary to be nationally resilient. So through the defense minister's decisions, this article has become much more sort of operational and implemented. So what we see is so-called baseline requirements that defense ministers accepted, and that was triggered by the pandemic. And these baseline requirements provide for strengthening and the defense of critical sectors such as energy, transport, communications, health, and more protection of those. It also deals with the impact of 5G and other new technologies. Baseline requirements also address threats from cyber, security of supply chains, and foreign ownership and control of infrastructure. Any vulnerability in these areas can be potentially exploited by potential adversaries. So protecting this infrastructure is fundamental to our security. By following these guidelines and implementing them, our societies work to be prepared to face crises and to recover faster when these crises occur. One more area where I would like to say a few words is on the work we have been doing to counter disinformation that became, where attacks happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, and both the disinformation and misinformation became one of the central works of my division and how we countered it. So we actively monitor what is happening in information environments, and we do it in a very advanced way through special tools. We call out disinformation attacks. We debunk when we see lies, and we engage with media, civil society in our ally countries, of course, with official sources and journalists to make sure that our point and communications gets through. What was one example I would like to mention is that in April this year, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland faced a very coordinated disinformation attack. First, a fake letter was released online where on the name of the Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, supposedly of NATO withdrawing troops from Lithuania. This was followed by a coordinated campaign on the websites and efforts to distribute through the social media, bots, and other sources. It was very essential that the allies concerned called out these attacks right away locally and alerted NATO. So we joined and amplified and called them out through our sources. So with this early reaction, no great damage was done. We also work very closely with our other partners, not only with allies and civil military, but also with the EU, with the UN, and other international organizations and countries outside NATO. In conclusion, what I would like to say is to make sure that we work to make sure that NATO is prepared for the future. So adaptation for the future is essential. So disruptive technologies, disruptive emerging technologies is very core of our work to prepare NATO for the future. That is both that concerns investment in our capabilities, digital capabilities, infrastructure, but also knowledge and also regulation where necessary. For example, NATO remains the central platform for military standardization, and it's a source of great strength for our collective defense. So looking further in the future and identifying what NATO needs, what allies need, is the preparation for the future. And that is where Secretary General has clearly identified his NATO 2030 vision of making the alliance stronger politically, stronger military, and more globally engaged. With this, I hope you have a very good discussion today. And many thanks for inviting us, and I look forward working with you in the future. Thank you.
Добър ден и от мен.
Good morning.
Искам първо да благодаря на всички,
Let me say thanks to everyone who have invested some time and have plucked the courage to come to today's event.
Няма да правя встъпителна реч, направо ще поканя нашите...
I will skip my introductory words and I will invite our guests here to the panel to talk on the topics which are of concern to everyone and address the possible solutions that we could find in the near or in the longer term in a fast fluctuating circumstances, and how we could rearrange our agenda in order to meet those challenges that take place so fast. Now, this is the discussion theme, artificial intelligence and machine learning in cybersecurity. And apart from cybersecurity, we're going to be, and artificial intelligence, we are going to be talking about all the hot issues today. Let me invite to the panel Mr. Iravan Hiram, Managing Director of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Our other guest who arrived from Romania is Magda Giano, a business manager of Palo Alto for Bulgaria, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Moldova. Please grab a mic.
И нашите дистанционни участници,
And our
които ще имате
distance participants, remote participants,
отстрани. Здравейте. Hello, Jan. He is Director
Jan
Security
is-
Strategy за EMEA from Sentinel-1. I'm going to switch the languages from time to time to be easier for the guys. Hello, Jan. Can we hear you?
Yes, thank you very much for
Hello.
us here today.
And the other panelist that we have is joining us. It is Giovanni Roberto. He is Senior Solution Architect and Partner Technical Manager from Rapid7. Hello, Roberto.
Hello.
Giovanni, pardon. I'm going to take the small name. So, thank you all for joining us. First, thinking about the changing times or thinking about the artificial intelligence. I'm going to switch to Bulgarian. Sorry, Magda, for you. You're not going to understand, but искам да споделя първо свои впечатления.
First, some of my impressions and thoughts.
Да, очаквах, че така ще се объркаме. Искам да споделя свои впечатления за това колко бързо изкуственият интелект ни залива от различни страни и дали ние успяваме ли да го видим това и да го отразим. Последното нещо, което чух, като пример да ви го дам, така да разберете докъде сме стигнали, е, че новия инструмент на Амазон е склонен да ни обяснява сутрин с какво е най-добре да се облечем днес, така че да се чувстваме комфортно, да говорим на времето и на програмата си от календара. Някак си това може да е малко отвъд очакванията ни за това какво изкуственият интелект е готов да ни предложи, за да ни помага в ежедневния
the role of artificial intelligence in our day-to-day
да ни подрежда деня.
and arrange
Въпросът
our
е къде се
agenda. The
границите
question
на
is
изкуствения
where
интелект,
does the
колко
border
бързо се е развил
run
той
of
И първото
AI,
нещо,
how
което
fast
искам да
AI
попитам
has
Ирван,
developed. I would like to ask Ervan,
къде вие виждате изкуствения
where do you
интелект, как
see
се
the AI?
сблъсквате,
How do you confront it?
какво може да споделите от
What can you share?
което бихте искали, което ви прави впечатление?
Да, на български, нали? I speak Bulgarian, okay. Ами, значи, благодаря ти, Алекс.
Thank you, Alex.
Всички се радвам, че
I'm
мога да
very happy
присъствам
to
на
be
това,
here.
макар и хибридно събитие.
Although it's a hybrid event,
Да, изкуствен интелект ние сме го срещнали много
artificial
отдавна,
intelligence,
още в
we have
литературата.
met it,
Срещахме
have
изкуствен
encounters with it a long
интелект
time
в
ago,
учебниците,
when we were reading
с
literature,
общия
and in
това,
our
който съм забелязал,
textbooks,
с който
we
не
were
съм
talking
говорил,
with it with
той не
our
знае,
teachers.
няма мнение. Нали, всеки има мнение по отношение
Everybody
на
has an
изкуствения
opinion
интелект.
about
Това,
AI,
което в крайна сметка е,
and what
ако
is
мога това да кажа, изкуственият интелект е нещо, което помага.
AI is something that helps us.
На физическия труд,
Just like
ако си направим една
years
метафора
ago,
с построяването на
physical
пирамидите и тогава хората
physical
са
labor, when the pyramids were
почвали
being
всеки един камък,
built,
се опитвали да го турят на ръце.
and they were trying to lift each individual stone by hand, and then the machines came to replace physical labor. The same way, software and modern technology gives us a chance to replace intellectual work, intellectual labor with AI. What we see something important recently has been the fuel or the data that AI uses. So the most important thing, if AI were to function, is the quality of data. And this is the conclusions that we made. At the moment, all those technologies produce such a wealth of information that there's no way to have it analyzed. And based on this information, we should be able to make our conclusions. We are not able to make our conclusions, and it cannot translate into action. Just imagine that 97% of generated data generated by machines and sensors and computers are not analyzed. And here is where AI comes in to analyze and to process all this information and to help humankind make its final conclusions. Something else we're witnessing is that the last mile, the last word belongs to humans. However much we use the AI, humans are the ones to press the last button and take the final solution. So AI and machines, they provide us with scenarios and options and capacity, but human beings, based on their experience, based on their value systems, take the decision. But this is something that we see in our day-to-day already, AI. We can talk a lot about it.
I'm going to switch in English now because I'm going to turn to our guests that don't speak Bulgarian. There was a recent movie where the artificial intelligence was deciding the elections. I mean, it was deciding who is the best to rule. There was no elections. The only part of the elections was who from the voting people is going to reveal the secret about the ruling person. So this was the election. So yeah, it's exaggerating. We're exaggerating, but your experience, Magda, about the artificial intelligence, your thoughts about the machine learning. What do you think? Where are we? Where are we going?
Thank you. Dobar den. And I'm sorry, that's the only thing I can pronounce in Bulgarian yet. Next time I will do my full speech. You know, I don't believe that it's that far-fetched. And I believe that artificial intelligence in a few hundred years probably will be the thing that is right now just fueling the dystopian movies that we're seeing on TV. That's one part of the artificial intelligence as we know it. We call that artificial general intelligence. It's the holy grail, if we can call it like that, of this computer science field. But again, that's not until a few hundred years, as most scientists claim, that will turn into a technological singularity and will probably completely change the world. Artificial intelligence as we see it today is more trivial. Actually, it's all around us. Siri is artificial intelligence, Alexa, my personal favorite. I'm coming from Bucharest, so where traffic, you've probably heard of it. It's a mythical thing already. So Waze, it's using artificial intelligence to make decisions and to help us find our best way. This is the narrow artificial intelligence, what we call it today. It's basically a set of rules. It or relies on machine learning or on deep learning to help us perform tasks or to automate tasks which normally would be done by humans and would require human intelligence. It will fundamentally change the way businesses work, and I believe that the businesses who manage to harvest the power of artificial intelligence will probably be the ones that prevail. I have an example, very concrete way that it was used in e-commerce. I was browsing through a website, I was shopping. I probably looked at 100 products. You know, women, we couldn't decide, I couldn't decide, so I eventually left the site. A couple of hours later, after looking at all these products, I opened my email account, Yahoo, and I found on the right-hand side, where you see the advertising running, 3 products which apparently I liked the most. If you had asked me which products did I enjoy, I couldn't have told you. But the machine learning algorithm, it read probably measured the time that I spend on every product, probably measured my eye movement. I probably checked for sizes and for colors, but it did understand my behavior better than I did. And I finally made the buy. Yeah, it helped the merchandiser sell. That's what it is, really. It just reads behaviors and helps augment decisions.
Okay, thank you for that opinion. Jan, how is artificial intelligence for you? Share some thoughts with us.
Sure. So I agree with everything that has been said. And I like the question about the limits of AI. I think that we haven't really approached the limits yet because we tend to not see the places that it can be applied. When I talk to a construction company, they tell me that AI is great, but they really don't have an application for it. Then you tell them about predictive maintenance, where you find out about a machine potentially failing and needing maintenance before it fails, reducing downtime. I had a customer a while ago that was running a water network for a city, and they were doing predictions of when a pipe was about to burst, because pipe bursts are really expensive to repair. And all of these are practical applications of machine learning, which has only been with us really in its current form as a data-based form since about 30 years. And I agree with Magda that I'm very excited about the future, given that if you looked at the calculators from the 1700s and you look at the smartphone today, if you extrapolate that kind of development to AI and the application of machine learning, I think there's a lot more knowledge-based and knowledge worker tasks that we can scale and automate and make everyday devices much more intelligent than that. At the same time, I think there are bloated expectations where AI is often synonymous with general intelligence like humans have, creativity, the ability to reason and think and reflect in the way that we do. And we are a very long time from that. Amazon Alexa has been mentioned. The way they use AI is for natural language processing, to take spoken language and turn it into written language. That's a very simple task, and everything after that is just scripted conversation. But it feels natural to us. The AI portion of it, though, is very insignificant. So that are my thoughts on AI in general at the moment.
Thank you for sharing this. Giovanni, tell us about your thoughts about machine learning, artificial intelligence around you, around your life.
Thank you, and hello everyone again. First of all, thank you for having me and for organizing such a great event. And apology for not being able to be there, but it was really impossible to travel at this time. So artificial intelligence, and more specifically machine learning, is today a little bit everywhere in our daily life. So we spoke about social media or web searching, I think, storage services, email communications. So as a consumer, I would say I have the perception that machine learning can help me, but sometimes maybe they use too much data. You know, so as a consumer, I have my own perspective. We can use Google and Gmail, for example. Gmail is an example of machine learning. You can even have an answer to an email already pre-populated, you know. LinkedIn, for example, I'm aware that recruiters use LinkedIn and, you know, to match maybe their search with the demands, you know, so to find the right candidates. But also Facebook, for example. Facebook, we know that they use massively machine learning. Chatbots, think about chatbots. If you use your mobile operator and networks and you need some services, most of the time in Europe, as in the United States now, you hit the chatbot and then the chatbot will pass you to a human being. So is this useful? Well, most of the time can drive you crazy, but it is true that you can really serve many more customers at the same time without necessarily occupy the time of more experts, human agent that can help actually the more relevant cases. We have also mentioned the product, you know, like the purchase sector, like, I don't know, for example, Amazon as well. Amazon is using a lot machine learning to try to propose us the best products to buy. But these are only examples from the consumer world. These are only, I could say, the most important. I wouldn't say the most. I would say the most evident examples. Google Analytics, for example, is another one. But we use machine learning in our work as well. And so at Rapid7, we use machine learning, artificial intelligence to try to detect attacks and to try to detect malicious events and the circumstances, and alert as soon as possible and in the most relevant way our customers that are security practitioners that work in let's say protecting their data, trying to protect in their company premises, and the employees that now are smart working as well. So, but we also use machine learning to improve our products. Why? Because machine learning comes after a long process of innovation. And we are today in the age of big data. So maybe in the future, in a couple of years, in a couple of 100 years from now, they will talk about the first and the second decades of the 2000 as the big data era. So we have a lot of data. So we can potentially get and store a lot of data, but we need to analyze this data. We need to provide useful information. How do you actually provide useful information when you have a huge amount of data? So this is a challenge for everyone in our business. And for example, at Rapid7, we try to leverage, I would say, the expertise, but also machine learning to try to make products that can be used by human beings. And because human beings, they don't have unlimited time, they don't have unlimited resources. Sometimes they work in small teams. So this is extremely useful. And so we touched some very, very important topics. So for example, Jan spoke about the limits about machine learning. I agree with that. I would also mention that the trust. Can we trust machine learning? Can we trust artificial intelligence, or at least until what extent? Would you travel in a Google car, knowing that the car is driving basically on its own, and you're actually sleeping? Would you actually sleep while your Google car is actually traveling, or would you travel on an airplane knowing that the pilot is actually sleeping and is not actually doing anything? Now, today, the average time that the pilot is manually controlling the airplane is about 7%, which means 93% is probably watching and monitoring, we hope. Well, there are a couple of pilots at least, but it's actually not manually controlling the plane. And that is fine, because we know we rely on the pilot to control everything, and on that 7% of manual operation. So trust is very, very important. And the way we, for example, think we can build trust when there are chatbots, when there are robots in operation, when there is automation, when there is machine learning and artificial intelligence in a more general context, is to give the human being the opportunity and the choice to interrupt the automation.
Thank you, Giovanni.
This is why we are going into what we call SOAR, so security orchestration automation, that allows
Giovanni, I'm going to interrupt you. We are going to go in the products in a few minutes. I just want to thank you for that introduction. We're going to talk a bit for the products in a bit. I wanted to share also my experience about the machine learning, and I think that this market, this business is booming. I mean, there are so many startups building new machine learning technology based on machine learning and artificial intelligence, new products. For example, I was surprised to find out that there is a startup who is reading the script for a movie, and based on machine learning is predicting what would be the return on the investment of building this movie, of shooting this movie and making this movie. And they're pretty close to the results. They tried it several times, and it's about between 10 and 15%. They're guessing rightly what is going to get out of this movie. And there is another one, very maybe even more strange for me, that is based on your mood in front of the computer, so analyzing your reactions and how you browse, how you type, how hard you hit the keyboard. Based on that, they create the advertisement for your mood. So kind of a strange. So there is some concerns about the privacy also, in my opinion. But as you mentioned also, Giovanni and Jan, the big data is also a big concern. I mean, concern for us, for the IT guys, how we manage this. So, споделете с нас, господин Хира, вашите мисли за това.
Hira, your thoughts about big data and about cybersecurity and AI.
Благодаря много. Наистина имам много примери.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of examples. When you talk about that, I guess the TikTok, what I realized, because Microsoft was interested in TikTok, I opened the telephone of my daughter and I asked her to show me TikTok. So TikTok also has an artificial intelligence and guessing what video would be liked by the audience and gives a script or scenario. It gives those scenario to my daughter, and so she would pick up a lot of views. So what we do in Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, we see is years ago we relied to our R&D to create the best machines and software, but what we saw in those last years, we realized that the variety is just important. So the access to technologies is very broad right now from all over the world, so we decided to really search the best ideas and turn them into solutions. So during those last years, our company grows with buying big decisions. So we bought Wimble, and I thought, well, it's a storage company making a great algorithm for, and we gave $3 billion for this company. And it's a software intelligence. In Nimble, there is a software called InfoSight, and it's an AI. It analyzes the behavior not only of the system analysts and administrators, how the machine behaves, how the data is processed, where is the big load. So the goal is, after the training, just analyzing the administrators to take control proactively. Don't imagine that this software would become a system analyst, an administrator. It takes the control of the operation of data, but sometimes it judges when something would be broken and proactively order it beforehand. Another example, in our company, we bought Aruba years ago for $2 billion. Again, a startup with a lot of good hardware solutions. And we said, well, it's probably competitive of Cisco. It turned out that Aruba had the intelligence of devices. It was independent. It worked with a broad spectrum of companies. It could be integrated in all kinds of solutions. Also creating smart cities, smart houses. And the other strength of this company was the opportunity to just avoid cyber attack. There is another product called Introspect. In Aruba, this product was an AI as well, a software that could analyze the behavior of the consumers and learn from them. And what we notice, just talking about the AI, notice that how the good people use the AI, the bad guys also use it. And we notice that it's just a too sharp knife, because the bad guys, they use the AI to follow and analyze the behavior of people. In HB, we noticed that 4 or 5 people of our employees would just click an email of phishing and follow a link. During 2 years, this percentage grew up to 25, and we thought, are we not training our people? But it turned out that the bad guys just using the AI to analyze my behavior, and they create my profile, and then they could just do this customized email, and I would not doubt it as well at all, and just open this email and become a victim of this. So for this reason, in Aruba Introspect, there is a software that could analyze this behavior, and if it checks some changes, to alert us. So in cybersecurity, we see this struggle between the good AI and malware AI. And the biggest advance here is the time. So if the bad guys are armed with AI, it means that we, as good guys, should arm with AI. Otherwise, they will have better technologies than us.
Thinking about talking about TikTok, I remember a funny story, because first of all, I also heard about TikTok from a child, and I installed it to check the solution. And after weeks of using it, I can see now a trend of the videos that have been shown from the platform. And the funny thing is that when I went to a teenager, my nephew, and asked, let me see your TikTok, completely different feed of stories, crazy for me, you know. It's the teenagers are, maybe we don't understand them, and maybe they don't understand us. I mean, this is the difference between us, but TikTok knew what to show to whom, to continue scrolling, you know. And we started the selling, Magda, point. So how the machine learning and artificial intelligence is helping Palo Alto Networks, or vice versa, how Palo Alto Networks what are the concerns about the bad guys using machine learning, artificial intelligence, as Iravan said. How can we respond? How can we contribute? What are you using? What can we rely on?
Well, first of all, if we look at what's happening in the industry, I think that the main trend or the main challenge is still the shortage of technical staff. The Security Operations Center teams are strained. They're experimenting what we call alert fatigue. They're simply trying to pivot from panel to panel, to manage alerts, hundreds, thousands of alerts every day, and it's simply becoming unmanageable. So I believe that the key word in cybersecurity in general, and in what Palo Alto Networks is trying to do, is automation. And we do automation, and we achieve this goal of removing as much manual activity as possible from a security analyst's life using machine learning. And of course, it's extended branch artificial intelligence. We've extended and introduced XDR. This is our extended detection and response technology, which is trying to do exactly that. And we've managed to reduce, I know it may be marketing, but close to 95% of repetitive tasks which security teams are doing, we've managed to reduce that and to use machine learning to automate this process and to automatically respond. We've added a layer of automation into the XOR technology, which is the solution that is automating the response and the activity of security operation centers. We've managed to correlate thousands of incidents, or thousands of alerts actually, into incidents, into real incidents, eliminate the false positives, which were also adding a lot of overhead. And we managed to use machine learning to guide the security analyst through to resolution of the case. So we're using it a lot in this aspect. We've recently launched our latest operating system, which is again for firewalls, which is again heavily relying on machine learning. We're learning, we're analyzing the behavior, we're learning what's the attacker doing, we're trying to predict the next step, we're trying to stop the next step of the malicious attack. We're identifying known threats and known attacks which have small variations that human beings and human analysts would probably not be able to detect. They would probably treat that malicious attack as a completely new invasion. And we've managed to automate and bring efficiency to the way we counterattack these threats by using machine learning. Again, I would say that the buzzword in everything we do, our main goal is to automate, is to remove as much as possible the human touch and to leave space for security analysts to focus on what really matters.
Thank you. Guys, I have the latest IT security trends from Gartner, and I want to read you the top 3 of the trends for 2020. They, by the way, dramatically changed from the time before the crisis, before the Corona crisis. So first trend, extend detection and response capabilities emerge to improve accuracy and productivity. This is what Gartner is saying. Second, security process automation emerges to eliminate repetitive tasks. So exactly what we are trying to accomplish here. And third, artificial intelligence creates new security responsibilities for protecting digital business initiatives. So there are 9. I'm not going to go through all of them. You can reach them and check. But Jan, thinking about artificial intelligence in security, thinking about detecting new and unknown threats, how difficult it is to implement this? How is SentinelOne doing?
So I think that's a great question. First of all, how difficult it is. I want to take a step back to respond to one of the things that you said and that Magda said about automation. I think automation is great and it's a key enabler for what we want to do, but itself is a means to an end, and that end is to reduce the time it takes for us to contain a threat that is attacking our organization, that is affecting our organization. And we mentioned TikTok a few times, and that shows the strength of AI, which is to judge new data from knowing about past data and making that analysis automatically. And in the context of what we do, we work on the problem of discovering attacks, but doing it not based on knowledge, and then turning that into a practical defense. And AI is one of the ways that we do this. So we have elements that run on endpoints that will analyze code before it runs using machine learning models to make a determination whether that code is an attack or not. We then also make a determination of user behavior and process behavior at runtime, because there are fileless attacks, there are attacks that are based on binaries and scripting languages and so on that are already on the machine. So we judge the behavior over long periods of times and feed that into an AI model that then makes a determination whether that chain of behavior has turned into something malicious. And because it runs on the endpoint, and the AI model is pre-trained and runs on the endpoint, there are no privacy issues associated with it, no telemetry that needs to be sent anywhere, and the response is instant on the endpoint. Now, how difficult that is, and that's to your point and your question, to implement, depends on the approach that you're taking. There are models out there that you basically train in your environment, which means you need to have a baseline of behavior that people should not deviate much from, because only then will you get actionable detections and can respond to it. Our models, on the other hand, are pre-trained, which means they do not need to learn in your environment, and they can be used in production from day one. There's no need to configure them to go through a learning phase or anything, but we learned collectively from the experience of existing attacks and existing malware in the wild and pre-trained those models for you. So it's excessively easy to put this in practice, and basically all you need to do is install the agent and enable the protection for it. That's the most practical application of AI in cyber defense today, I think.
Okay, and thank you very much. One of the concerns and the trends is again saying, as Gartner is saying, is that how to decide what of our equipments that we have for our installed base of the IT equipment to update first, which are the vulnerable ones, which is the most critical. And having said that, and the other thing that I can see is that Rapid7 is one of the fastest developing companies with new products and trends. Giovanni, tell us a bit more. How are you doing this?
Well, we have a current approach, and we have some experience from many years in the area, and we like to not only to develop our products in the best way we can, but also to leverage our big community. So we have Metasploit as well, that gives us probably sometimes an unfair advantage in trying to I would say prioritize some threats, but we also have vulnerability management capabilities, where for us it's not only important to detect all the threats and vulnerabilities, but also to prioritize. And we mentioned this a little bit implicitly before, but we have this big, huge amount of data. Thousands of vulnerabilities can be found in a network, and how do you prioritize that? So we work a lot on prioritization, and we leverage, let's say, the context, not only from I would say the external world, but also from the network of the customer itself. And we try to attack, I would say, a threat from different perspectives. So we have our own, for example, rating score for threats. We respect, I would say, the standards that are used worldwide, but we had the initiative to build our own risk score that is, I would say, a proprietary formula that helps us to create even more granularity in these threats and vulnerabilities in a way that we can give prioritization to these threats, so that security practitioners can work on thousands of vulnerabilities, but if they want to run a report and explain the business, the management, what they're doing, what are the top 10 or top 20 vulnerabilities to fix, that will affect more devices, they can do that as well. And you mentioned also the Gartner reports that are very interesting. They talked about productivity, automation, responsibility as top 3 elements, and we can agree on that. Now, productivity and automation can go together in a way that automation can be seen as the natural extension. And this is why automation is extremely important at the moment. We cannot think that we can actually respond to a threat having a level 1 analyst working at night every time on any company, right? This is impossible. So definitely we need to leverage automation, and automation is the way to go. But on the other hand, we need to use it with responsibility, which is probably the 3rd element that they mentioned. So, power comes with responsibility, may say. And for me, it's important not only to use this big data to produce high fidelity alert. So we don't want to scream, every time that there is a threat, but when it's really more relevant. And then we want to give more information, almost behavior and so on. But it's very important to use it with responsibility. So we use automation to improve our products, so to help our customers to have more productivity, I would say improvements, but also we leverage these automation capabilities, offering services to the customers can be customizable. So the security practitioners, the admin, can create some automated workflows that work like robots, but they can decide at any point if they want to include a machine decision or a robot decision or a human decision. And in this way, we think we build trust, because there is trust in machine learning, artificial intelligence, only when you can give the user the opportunity to stop the machine and to take human decision.
Okay, thank you very much for participation in this panel. Преди да приключа с нашия панел и да поканя следващия.
Before I end with this panel and invite our next guest, I just want to encourage you to stay with us till the end, or virtually, because at the end of our program we have 2 very interesting client stories who faced very interesting problems and how they solve these problems. Very dangerous breakthrough in the informational security in the organizations working with business.
Сега искам да поканя.
Now I would like to invite our guest Viktor Slavchev from Mnemonica, who would just come to the stage for the next panel.
Липсваше ми това усещане.
I was missing this feeling being on stage. I like the hybrid version of an event, but it's much better to be on stage and being able to stretch my arms like that instead of sitting in front of the computer. Apart from the respect to the hybrid model, I'll be speaking in Bulgarian, but my presentation is in English. So again, it's a hybrid action. It was interesting listening to what people had to say in the previous panel. They did say some of the things which I wanted to highlight as well, but my thanks to Ervan specifically. We use artificial intelligence the same way as others do, and very soon we will find ourselves in a situation where we might be spectators and machines will be fighting machines. This is a very fast transition to
2019 година, в началото на 2020
In early 2020 and late 2019, this is what I used to say. We are in a situation of war, ladies and gentlemen, whether you understand it or not. We are in amidst a weird war where we haven't got any explicit enemies. It's not even a guerrilla war, because it's always been clear who our foes are. To prove that we're in a state of war, let me emphasize on a BBC publication. The war has taken a victim recently in a hospital in Germany because the systems failed and patients were triaged to other hospitals, and because there were delays in service. And unfortunately, there was a case where somebody could not outlive the situation, could not survive the situation. So you already know that we are in a state of war. Yesterday, we had yet one more webinar, and we started with words I learned from Terry Pratchett, but it was an ancient Chinese curse. Living in interesting times. You must have read these books, Pratchett's books. I can recommend them eagerly. And this Chinese curse I could paraphrase and say, living in digital times and dealing with cybersecurity. I'm telling you this because the hybrid world we seem to be living in, and the hybrid condition, whether we want it or not, but we will have to deal with protection, and this will be untraditional protection, cyber protection. The lady from NATO said that they take action, they have action plans, they have process in place. This is all great, and I think this is what we should be doing, the rule of the 3 envelopes, etc., and this should be in place and operational. But there is one caveat, that when you respond in a traditional way to an untraditional threat, the effect you might get is untraditional. I'll call it less effective than desired. So we have to have our plans, we need to do our exercises, but the key element is that we should be aware, we should know when to start, where to set those off. So in order to be relevant, to pull the trigger and to make things happen. I'll offer you a brief travel in time. You see, back in 2009, what took place back then? Many things happened in the world. I'll highlight 3 of them. In 2009, the Kepler telescope started its travel in space, and its task was to discover exoplanets outside our solar system. And the telescope had to discover those which are good for living, planets with water. And also somebody saved 155 people in Hudson River. The pilot managed to land safely on water. In 2009 also, Michael Jackson died, to my personal regret. I love his music. What happened in Bulgaria in the same year? In the cold January of 2009, Mnemonica was created. And our team has changed a lot since. We created a company to sell hardware and software. We wanted to sell a lot of boxes, and this is what we did. In 2015, our good friend the Kepler telescope managed to find the first exoplanet with water. Mnemonica decided not to push boxes anymore, and we decided to get involved with cybersecurity, and this has proven a vital decision. Now, in 2020, Mnemonica has started a security operations center based on most of the products that you saw. Proven vendors that you were seeing here on screen, we like them, we work with them pretty well. And they all make use of AI, machine, deep learning, all this jargon that you heard. Why did we decide to get into that? It is fairly important in order to become aware that you are in a war is to be able to detect the attack as early as possible. It doesn't matter at all how much you spend on technology, how many millions you paid for software, unless you're able to understand what systems tell you at a stage which is early enough, you're lost. My favorite example with how businesses spend a whole lot of money for high-quality products, and then somebody in the organization finds there's at least one staff member who will sell his corporate password for how much? For $50. This is the average amount which is being quoted by most analyzers, that a corporate password is bought for $50. Now you just try and contrast it with the millions that you paid for hard or software. What's the key objective of a security operations center? The key target of SOC is early discovery. We must be able to find a problem early enough and have enough time to figure out somebody is doing something malicious to our organization and with our data. This is a unit inside or outside the organization which can be used as a service to protect our information, to safeguard our integrity of what we do. And despite the health situation, despite the hardware or the cyber situation, we'll be trying to keep bashing on. And this is why we create these services, not because we like them so much, but because we want to keep our business going. The SOC will have to find a good balance between accessibility and security. This is an interesting balance to assess. And if we shut our system and we pull the wire, and we will be safe. But how many of you will be able to work in an environment without connection? If I see a hand raised, I can give you a prize. Another task of SOC is to prevent threats you can see loads of these services testing for vulnerability or strength against cyber attacks. If you want to avoid those tests, there are systems based on AI which analyze behavior. They won't only analyze the behavior of the network, but the behavior of people, how they watch the screen, how fast they press the keyboard. And if I have somebody at the other end who writes with 1200 symbols per second, this is not a human being, most likely. One of the key tasks of our SOC is to stop ward-off information leakages. Many organizations spend a lot of time to protect themselves from the outside, but you should never underestimate the in-house threat. And it's not because your people are malicious and they want to do something evil, but in many cases, more than 60%, most of those people are not trained enough, and they don't know how to respond. So we're involved in a daily fight with phishing emails, letters that pretend to be written specifically for us, addressing us. There's loads of data that go through SOC, but what the center does is to employ cyber analysts. These are people who will understand the language of the system, will analyze it correctly, and will respond adequately. Investigations can take several forms, could be human forms, could be human-machine triage, when the machines help us to understand. Just like in health and medicine, the doctors say AI will take our make us unable to earn a living. Just machine learning will give you. You have to pay attention to a spot in an X-ray, for instance. The SOC makes a cyber screening, which is a snapshot of the organization. It uses sensors catching data, and we're able to process this data. And the vectors, exit and entrance flows, data flows in and out of the organization. This is the most vulnerable place where you can be hit. What we create is cyber visibility, opening your eyes. You can create an SOC inside your organization to create visibility, enabling you to see what you're subject to. We do proofs of value, proof of concept with customers. We have testing months. They always tell us we're okay. We have no issues, but only a month or two later, where we put our sensors the right way, and within these 1 or 2 months, we can see what takes place in an organization. The customer said, oh, in fact, we didn't know that. Now it's a matter of being able to respond. And then the SOC gives you a feedback. At any time, you get regular reports when and how it happened, what happened, how, and timely is the key word here. The earlier we spot something, the better we'll be able to respond. The earliest time, according to various sources, is 400 days, 200 days. The most optimistic ones are 60 to 90 days to respond. And we say that in most cases we won't be able to discover the cyber attack. Your customers will detect it and say, why are my data outside? And then that's an indirect way to figure it out, and it will be too late. Give you scare you a bit more. The world is still grappling, and will be still grappling over the next years with the scourge of the modern world. It's not ransomware, this is crypto viruses. It's phishing. Phishing is the greatest threat. Very soon we had a customer, and the financial director got a phishing email written on perfect Bulgarian based on correspondence he had months earlier, based on a scenario, and there was a replacement of a bank account. But it was such a phishing email which, while when they changed the bank account, then they were able to spot it. They were keen enough to spot it. That's just perfect Bulgarian. It used to be some ramshackle Bulgarian mixed with Russian, but now it's perfect Bulgarian. And these phishing letters are written by computers. It's also software which is specifically written for you who invade your organization, establish a link with the command centers. DDoS attacks, 20% increase. It's my opinion that on the other side, people don't waste their time writing specialized software, but they send you the perfect phishing email and you click on your perfect phishing email.
Към кого са били насочени тези атаки?
Who do these phishing attacks address, target? 64% to the senior management. This is a new moment of the last year or two. Now they were targeting administrators, people who have a lot of rights, but now they target the senior management. 60% target these medium-level management. They target either people who are based on this email to give out an order. And what traditionally happens in many countries now, these C-level executives, they have accounts with a sufficient amount of rights. They would never try to tamper with the systems. I don't know why they have those rights. Also, 56% target frontline workers and 44% target back office workers. This graph wasn't made by us. It was lent to us by a partner. But now the target is changing. They attack somebody who can take decision as fast as possible instead of someone who has a whole lot of access to systems. Now, an interesting graph. This is our experiment. Now ask yourself, how many times, if you are in the shoes of a manager, how many times did you want that somebody bypassed the security system, to make an exception in his security system for you? 22% they weren't honest enough. 22% of the managers said, I, at least once, within a certain amount of time, I wanted to be given an exception. And this exception is not, please allow me Facebook access because I have to feed my animals on farm, etc. Please, I want to receive these files. The PDFs are very important. Please don't check them. But PDFs are very important and there could be a code in them. 28%, this is the most meaningful value. 2-3 times they wanted to have exceptions from the security systems. I won't comment on the rest. 2% don't know. Let me make again this transition. Why do people want a SOC, and why the SOC can be used as service, or you can build it up within your organization? I'll be very brief. These are figures based on average values on research. You can buy the hardware if you're based on proven systems of proven quality. That's €500,000. Then fees, maintenance fees, software, hardware, training your people. I always put an emphasis on this one. If you have the perfect systems, but not the people that can work with them, then you have nothing. Paying wages to these people, they're not cheap. These people know what they're doing. Something which people tend to skip in Bulgaria, but these centers, they have to be managed, they have to be developed, they have to be further adjusted. So we call this management and governance. You need a good manager to keep the center operational. This is again, adds up to €1.5 million. Could be less, could be more, but this is an amount which is big enough. A bit more details about this SOC. There are several key indicators whereby you can identify an SOC. You can qualify an SOC. the basic capacity center can find break-ins, detection. That's an important task. The center should be able to find these on time and correlate events and be able to manage events. Another level, if you want to have this inside your organization, is the capacity to respond, to put in place some sort of response, and then do some investigations. The basic SOC cannot do those, so they can do those manually. And they take weeks, those operations. When they ask you a simple question, how did this happen? Then an investigation is set off. It can take you between 2 and 4 weeks if you have discovered this in time and have the data. They often ask us, how did they manage to break in? But we couldn't give them an answer, and it had happened 10 months ago, and there was no way for us to help those people. They didn't have the data anymore. Advanced security SOC, they can do detection, they can do serious detection of events and very good investigations. They respond to events. But there's also a process of orchestration, automation, what Magda Gianu said. A process of automation in an SOC is very important. You have to know what you're doing, and the faster you do it, and machines do it much faster than people, the better you will cope. Something that we call Next Generation Security Operations Center. It can do everything. But the key thing, you have a good manager here. It is fully automated, and cyber investigations, it has serious capacity for cyber investigation. It's very important to bring it down to 4 hours from 4 weeks, and you will be champions if you do this. You cannot see the figures here, but it takes from 3 to 6 months to put in place an ordinary SOC. You need a year for the medium version and 2 years for the advanced. And it takes 4 years to build a next generation center, but people learn it the hard way. If you need a fast protection, think about it, whether you want to use SOC or do you want to do it on your own. What are the advantages of Mnemonica? This is what we do. We have the perfect tools. We have selected from the range of products on the market, and we have selected the vendors. We are trying, we don't want to brag. We're not experts. We simply understand a little more. On the other side, there are people who learn no slower than us, but they need to know the last 2 things in order to break in. We have to know everything from the dawn of cyber. Something key for us, we have experts which are quite good, and they can help you become aware of what's going on in your organization. We will not address your issues straight away, but we will tell you, this is where you have to pay heed, because however insignificant this indicator must seem to you, it might prove crucial, and we work 24/7. That's about it from me. If you want to give you a bit more detail, we'll be happy if you get in touch. Here are the details, and we have to do the test. Thank you.
Трябва ли да поканя някой на сцената или?
Should I invite somebody on the stage? Okay, there is a coffee break now.
of the Ratio organization, an organization for popular science and discourse. Milena Georgieva works for the Institute of Molecular Biology, and she popularizes science. Genetics is her science. And Milena, we have 20 minutes to discuss bioethics and cybersecurity. Let's sit. I'd like to start with a personal story. On my 30th birthday, my wife decided to make me a gift in an attempt to make me know better myself. What she gave me was 22andMe. That's a commercial service to sequence your genome, part of your genome. It has biological information, what's my origin, what are my predecessors, and some dispositions. For instance, my propensity to get bold, which turned out very low with me. But this is the most popular way now to make genetic sequencing and have people understand who they are. But to what degree does a service like this one give detailed information about myself? But this is a partial information. But how could it be used for my identification with all my attributes? A pleasure for me to be here. Petko is the moderator, and it's a challenge in itself. Do you want the truth, or do you want me to comfort you? I want the pure truth. The human genome and reading it is our heliographic copy. This is all our information coded, who we are, what the color of our eyes is, whether we're getting bold or whether we are going to fall prey to some illnesses. This is our genetic information, and all the biometric indicators, they are part of our biological passport. This is a serious topic for genetics, bioethics, and biolaw. It's been 18 years since the Human Genome Project has successfully finished, and we're now in a genome revolution. I'm very happy that we're talking about cyber biosecurity. This is a hybrid topic uniting two revolutions together: cyberspace and biometric data, including the genetic tests that share genetic information in free space, and everybody has access, at least everybody with academic email. So cyber biosecurity, this is the first time in Bulgaria that we talk about this, I guess. It's a very important topic, and this will be something to be discussed the next few years. Yes, you can be a bit scared because this is your biological passport. This is the kind of market it has. Genetic testing. Until 2026, it is expected to hit $28 billion, a real revolution. We read human genome for medical purposes, for biomedicine, molecular genetics, for criminology, and this is really a time bomb. On the one hand, technology allows us to predict our illnesses and to work out personalized approaches to these ailments, but this is information in web space and accessible to everybody. Why is it scary? Back in 2013, an actor, Kedar Hedgepok, she had an interesting project called The Stranger's Vision. She collected chewing gum, which has been disposed of everywhere, as well as cigarette butts. And then she isolated DNA from cigarette butts and chewing gum and made a 3D portrait of herself and of other people based on the DNA that we get rid of. And she was one of the first who raised awareness that what we share as biological information is not as safe as we believe, and the fact that we have antivirus software on our product does not mean that we shouldn't take the necessary measures to have this data protected. This is our blueprint, our heliographic copy. She started this project called The Invisible. She wanted to prove that sharing biological and genetic data makes us open. Our biological code is accessible not only for medical or scientific purposes, but to biohackers as well. This is a hot topic now. This was her first project, and it had a specific substance that eliminates the biological waste, but it is also a substance which mixes other DNA. Back in 1993, a Nobel Prize was given for PCR technique, the polymerase reaction, which is used for COVID tests now. But this is a method that amplifies the DNA molecules. In 1994, Yuli said that we have all the technology and all the potential to pollute the crime scene with other DNA which we have created artificially in a lab. That was Heather's project, and she built upon Yuli's project. And she said, yes, things are serious and things look scary. Hong Kong advertised biological waste that we dispose of in order to alarm people that all the chewing gums that you throw away as waste is your biological portrait. I can make a 3D portrait of the way you look, and this is quite daunting. I agree. We see this dynamic between public discourse and science. Science has a way of getting ahead of regulations. Of industry, and it's important that the public at large be aware of this. I can think of other problems that arise related to this genetic information, stealth of identity, using this information for predictions of illnesses, for prognosis, and this will affect your medical insurance price. Although we haven't given our DNA intentionally, we can be identified through our distant relatives. The so-called Golden State Killer, who was in the Boston region, but he was identified based on DNA from his distant relatives. And this opens another issue. Even sipping from a glass, yes, everywhere you leave your biological liquid, you leave your biological material with DNA, and this DNA is our biocode. And this is our identity, what we are and what our children will be like. And there are ways to regulate this, but I won't get into that. But we must be aware that the sequencing, the reading of DNA is our heliographic copy. And when Heather shared her project to make portraits of unknown people. She said something interesting. Do you share your personal information, your medical registers in the metro to make it accessible for everyone? So why do you share your biological information? So that's a serious issue which she raised from an ethical perspective. Biologically, she knew that it wasn't quite the case because genetics is much more complicated. In our lab, we're always amid the mystery of human genome. But many things which are coded in DNA can be made accessible. I have a small video here. I don't know. It's only 2 minutes. I hope the sound will come on.
A cell is a home. A cell is a whole. A cell is a cage. A cell is an electric fence, enclosing your legible unknown. To break the cell is to trespass the most intimate of spaces. Dear donor T2305, I received 5 milliliters of your saliva in June. It wasn't hard to get. Using my academic email and mailing address, I simply said it was for research, genetic testing, the truth. When it arrived, I moved it quickly to the freezer to keep it fresh and alive. I sent 2 milliliters of your fluid for sequencing, and then I waited and waited and waited. 6 weeks came and went, and then another time over. The company was experiencing unusually long processing times. When the results finally trickled in 6 months later, I devoured your profile in a single sitting. You are 46 years old with dark brown eyes, a full head of brown hair, and few freckles. You toss and turn in bed, and you enjoy a savory midnight snack. You like to run for miles, for hours, and this keeps you slim, keeps your heart beating strong.
Да покаже какво е кодирано в нашата наследствена информация. Целият този биологичен отпадък, който ние отделяме без да се замислим, просто отпивайки от чаша вода
is something that should alarm society. So cyber biosecurity comes to the fore. In 2016, she spoke at a cyber forum, international one, and they introduced this notion of cyber biosecurity, the use of all this biological data for hacking the human body. Cyber security, biosecurity doesn't stop here. Digital implants are within us. Anything that could be remotely influence our health and we as molecular biologists, we get involved in such meetings in order to communicate, to put across to the public this danger, because the questions you ask, they have to be addressed by the public much more often. There is another perspective to this, that you as a researcher, it would be very good for you beneficial for you to use a huge amount of genetic information, which I allowed 23andMe to use for their purposes. So was it stupid of me, something stupid of me to do? From scientific perspective, and someone who works with metadata, sometimes have problem accessing such data. There are certain regulations in place, thank God. But everybody who can prove some academic background and has academic email has quite a bit of access to this data. This is fundamentally important for us because based on these comparative analysis and big data, we can make algorithms about how an illness will develop, and molecular mechanisms can only be understood when you compare the genetics and epigenetics of a large number of people. I could share this information with being keenly aware that this is my biological passport under certain restrictions for scientific purposes, but not for biohacking.
темата за кибербиосигурността. Така че не от научна гледна точка,
So not
но като всяка технология,
as any technology,
всяко нещо, което премине своята граница,
everything that goes beyond a certain limit turns into something different. So using genetic, epigenetic data, metadata from our genetic indicators, it should be regulated. It shouldn't be banned, but should be regulated. We scientists rely on these metadata to be able to produce our algorithm to allow modern medicine to develop. So you need to strike a balance between personal data protection and scientific use. Yes, you need to find the proper link. Science develops very fast, especially molecular biology, genetics, epigenetics. Ever since the human genome was read, and the human genome, it was a fundamental project. It finished 19 years ago. And we have the two revolutions, Google and the human genome, and they clash and create a whole lot of issues that we have to address.
Аудиторията от киберсигурна гледна точка, така че смятам, че сме на правилното място и на правилното
I think we are in the right place here at this seminar for cybersecurity. We have 6 minutes left. Let's touch on some issues, especially technologies that manipulate our genetic information. I'm talking about CRISPR. CRISPR will develop to a stage where it can easily make changes, but ethical questions, as far as they are concerned, for instance, the removal of genes which are the precondition for development of certain diseases. If you ask people, the answer is always quite clear. But another issue is our improvement as individuals, and this raises historical parallels are made with eugenics. So this ability of the technology to remove some biological traits which we find unattractive, this is one of the most serious bioethical issues at the moment. Once again, 2013 this technology was put in place. This is a natural phenomenon in bacteria we have adapted to use in the human body. It gives you 99% accuracy, that's reduction, that's removal, additions, and moderation of how genes work. And it's a breakthrough vis-a-vis genetically related diseases, but it has raised serious issues from legal and ethical viewpoint. It can also edit, it can redact crops, species, even the insect's genome, and this will be a disruption of some biological niches. It can modulate your genes, and it can affect some features of it. Designer babies were another issue, and superhumans have been mentioned. We take part in such meetings in order to comfort society that we are far away, we're far We are still far away from creating human beings under a catalogue. And when we talk about genetics, we don't only talk about these 22,000 genes, but the complex interactions among these genes and the environment, other types of interactions. We cannot clone an individual 100% because we cannot emulate the same conditions. And the conditions tell us our genes how they should work. And the first genetically edited twins were born in China last year, and it was quite controversial. It was a breach of the moratorium on the work with human embryos. Some countries violated, and China is one of these countries. Chinese scientists redacted the genome of twins, a pair of twins. One of the parents was infected with HIV, and these children were born quite healthy, but that was a breach, that constituted a breach of the moratorium. There were some biological issues as well, because removal something from a human genome in a lab, but when we talk about a multicellular organism, it's a different situation. If there is a gene missing, the interactions of genes have not been studied to such a degree. But this is in the agenda already. Something like that might be happening at the moment, and the next step is the so-called Homo sapiens 2.0. We have another 3 or 4 minutes left. Let's talk a little bit about effect on somatic cells, the germline. It's an important point. When talking about adult cells, we talk about the gene editing of final cells, and there is less hazard. These are the key methods which are used in gene therapy at the moment. But the gender cells, the sex cells, are the ones that can give rise to a new individual. You only work with them in the lab, and we want to study the depth of the molecular mechanisms to pass genes, but work on human embryos, this is under a moratorium. And this is exactly because we don't know enough, although almost 20 years have passed, we don't know enough. And the more you know, the more you understand how little you know. The deeper you go into an area, and the more you understand that how unique nature is, and this is the supreme creator. So these are issues which we're going to be discussing over the next few years, because things take place in laboratories outside the regulations and outside moratoria. It's worth mentioning another hazard. These are the genetically modified organisms, people led by good intentions. For instance, the removal of the malaria mosquito, creating another biological species which does not transfer this disease. But you understand how complicated ecosystems are. But yes, the mosquitoes are already subject to this genetic reduction, and this is already in practice. It raises serious environmental issues, but malaria is a scourge. So this is well worth doing. We can find an excuse for doing this. But it's also a matter of a lot of work in the lab. We have to finish. Can you give us your personal opinion? Shall we share, are we well advised to share our genetic information? Shall we be cautious in certain ways? I cannot give you a clear-cut advice, but if I did it, I would have changed. I would have checked the company which will share my genetic information. I would have checked the scientific publications of those who work for this place, because there are many biohackers companies that collect biometric data for other purposes, mapping genomes of various people. So check your source, check the company, check all the sources that prove the legitimacy of the company, and check the rules for sharing this information. The free sharing of this information is not to be recommended. We need regulation in order to have definite, clear-cut ways to share this information, so that we don't come up on a billboard in Hong Kong that ridicules the waste in Hong Kong based on our 3D reconstruction. Perhaps something as a minimum, we can also consult people with scientific background. We are easy to recognize because our scientific platforms are far away from social networks. Everything is peer-reviewed. And still, these things cannot be hacked, hopefully. Our thanks to Milena. I recommend that you follow what she does. Milena has worked on aging, on food, etc., nutrition. So, Milena Georgieva, thank you. That was all.
Lyrics was the company, the next company.
Здравейте.
Hello. Now I know what Mrs. Passy said in the beginning about the lights that stops you from seeing the audience.
Така.
First of all, I want to say hello and welcome to all of you and greet you for your boldness to be here, because this is probably one of the first events by physical presence here. So we're really happy to have you here, and also we will have an opportunity to discuss those topics during lunchtime. When I was told that this event would be available and that I would be a presenter here, I would just tell you a little bit more about the topic, and then I told myself, well, there is nothing scary, I have time for preparation, but I was glad about the form that we are here together. And I'm really glad. My name is Ivайло Конев. I'm head of the trade compartment in Lyrics.bg, and this is my colleague, the Chief Innovation Officer, Явор. So in the next 20 minutes, we will try to give you a different perspective of what is hybrid cloud and what are the usage of that and our ideas to go to that. What is the preparation that requires going to this cyber cloud, because it's organizational, technical, and to what extent it is connected with the security of the officers and employees in the company, and how this thing is contrasting the cyber security. It's important to know that in this ocean of threats, it's nothing to be really afraid of. But those things are not so scary if we understand that the security for a company is not something that you take off the shelf and we start using it. So there is a long process of choosing, and then this thing starts working for you and you're 100% protected. No, it's not like this. It's a strategy for an organization, and it should be developed and should become innovative for the company as well as for the hackers, because they are developing together with us. It's not, the slide is not following the speed I want. Okay. Let's go to our next topic, the hybrid cloud and cybersecurity. Just very shortly, it's connected with advantages that the hybrid cloud gives to an organization or a big company. And it's also connected with a lot of challenges that my colleague Julius will tell you later. We at Lyrics are proud of our individual approach to each product. And because I started talking about Lyrics, I would like to just tell you who we are in a minute. And on the other hand, to really come to the topic. Lyrics is a leading IT company that presents IT and telecommunication services for more than 30 years. We have 15 offices around the country in Europe. We have IT specialists on different places. And also we have many international certificates. What really tells us apart is that we help our clients, and because our clients are very different, we at Lyrics try to really have the consultant approach. So our IT experts just give time and resources to understand your resources, your goals, and then think about the best solution at the best price. Also, we offer different options for applying this solution, and we work with you through all the planning, design, and maintenance of this process. And so we go together with you. So at the last place here on this slide, you can see our portfolio that combines three key needs. These are the needs of technologies, top technology vendors. There are quite a few of them here in this hall. We also offer IT resources and competencies for the realization and hands at the spot, which could be required, and the IT expertise that can provide experts of very high level that are necessary for the realization of a project. So let's see what is a hybrid cloud. Today's presentation, our presentation of Lyrics, is not aimed of giving you a definition of what is a hybrid cloud and just give you a very complex graph, but we want to show you the business perspective of if we are an organization in a private cloud or a public cloud. And hybrid means to just use both. And also, besides the resources, we have propositions and services. And when we use those services and applications in the different organizations, the main goal for just having a presence in this hybrid cloud is to be used in an identical way. And when we reach that goal, we can just take a full advantage of the hybrid cloud. When we prepared this presentation with my colleagues, we just thought about an interesting definition, and it's that the modern think that sooner or later will just come to the office of every organization or company. That has been proved in time. But before really starting using this hybrid cloud, a company could be in two extremes. We know that companies that have been on the market for quite a long time, they started using the private clouds, and then because of flexibilities to go on the market, they just go to a public cloud. And the opposite, there are startup companies that have been born in the cloud, and at a certain point, they had to go back to the private infrastructure, and it's better for them to go to the hybrid cloud when they have a lot of personal and sensitive data. They could go to this thing. So what does the hybrid cloud require? It requires planning. Planning, not from today for tomorrow, but it requires IT resources. And also it really requires investment. But the investment is not so big. And it's very important what it gives us. The usage of the hybrid cloud increases the flexibility of your business and opens new opportunities and challenges, and also gives you options for automation, movability and fast speed of the whole organization, and it gives an equal sense to the consumers and to the people who are working in the organization. And not at the last place, it gives you an opportunity to process data and fastness. We can talk a lot about the advantages, but it also is connected with a lot of challenges, so I will give the floor to Yuli to tell you about those challenges. Hello? One of the greatest challenges is the challenge towards us. We have to be changed. We have to really modernize our application and their integration. So it's important that we will realize this change and to be in accordance with the business in order to help the business and not to be a hindrance to it. So it's a key thing for the regulation of the IT rights and services. In this hybrid media, the devices could be integrated very flexible, and the consumers could just have access through those applications from everywhere, which means that they need protection of their environment, as well as to be protected by their environment. And in order to take advantages of the hybrid cloud, we have to be modernized and changed. When we are modernizing ourselves and changing ourselves, we have responsibilities. The cloud provider is responsible only for the part of the IT resources. Your part of the IT resources and the access of to the applications are your responsibility. You are the interested party, and it's very important for you to just make those applications available, and that they could be resilient. You are interested in the security and protection of those applications, respectively the business activities. The protection and the security could not be bought, could not be just taken by the shelf. It should be built and then developed. The understanding of the benefits of the security and protection of the organizational rules and to be followed, those rules to be followed, it's a key thing. When we add the technical controls for protection, then we have the security that you can trust and that works for your business. The security products of the traditional vendors are a very important part of the protection, but it's not the prevailing part. So the modern security products are new generation, so they're trying to figure out the meaningful data that we have. They are the last line of defense, and they should be used as such and not as a first line or the only line. The security products are working fine by themselves, and they're trying to protect us from different malwares. And when we keep up with them in our organization, then we have a secure IT environment that we can trust. So this balance and the key criteria are different, and Ivailo will tell us a bit more about that. Thank you, Yuli. You mentioned the balance, and now maybe all of us realize that just reaching this balance is probably the most difficult thing. Many organizations, concerning our experience, it's very hard for them to identify their business focus, what is their main priority in the everyday business. If we take this diagram, if we take the diagram where the three basic things that a company should build their security on, its reliability, integrity and confidentiality. Many times the company go to one on another and forget what is leading for them. So this slide gives us two very interesting examples, and they show this, that we need to be very precise what is the focus of a company. In one case, if we have a taxi company with applications to other taxi services, the important thing is to have the service available. They have 24/7 to have this service. Well, the security is important here, but it could be compromised a little bit, but the most important is availability. The other example is at the other extreme. We need integrity and confidentiality here. It's a financial institutions, doesn't matter whether it's a bank or dealing with huge sums of money. So here the security is top for the service. Even if we stop a transaction or a payment, it should be checked and secure. So this is the diagram that I mentioned. What should we know here? I would start with few advices. And this is that every organization should be secure, should know that they have the resources. Yes, the security is investment, but it's less investment than if you have a breakthrough in the company. Invest in the training of your employees, because it was said in the previous presentations, it was 68% of the breakthrough comes from a human mistake. So control what and who has access to data. Of course, strong passwords. Check whether your IT environment is actualized to the last versions. Actualize protection and really use secure access DPN, and also consult with outside external experts, could be us or otherwise or any other people, and limit your environment so that it has less footprints. So security is a constant and never-ending process. In the spirit of today's reality, the question is who is responsible for the informational security in the cloud structure? Where is the responsibilities of the provider, and where is your responsibility concerning the hybrid cloud? And we can help you define rightly the responsibilities about the cybersecurities in the cloud and take the necessary measures. Yes, it was mentioned before that the threats evolve. So the phishing, artificial intelligence, all the approaches of the hackers and methods are more and more precise, inventorous. If we have 100 ways for protection, they would have 101 ways to attack. But there are mechanisms and leverages, and if we build on that, we can achieve that level of securities in the cyberspace. And the ways how we can attack a victim, I can give the floor to Yuli.
There are many ways to be hit. We have heard that the most secure IT system is the one which is switched off. But in practice, isolated systems find application. We can reduce our online presence to the desired minimum, which means only shoppers to have access to our internet store. Even if we think we have full control and only publish those applications that we want and only where we want them to be, it takes time, only takes time to realize that we are vulnerable. It takes an attack which is initiated from inside to the outside. It is not, apart from protecting the services we publish and the access to them, we shouldn't forget the need to protect the outbound traffic. And this is the traffic that our staff members initiate. It is important for businesses to give their employees the resources and the data they need to be productive. And security wants minimum access and controlled minimum access as well. And users and employees, they expect comfortable and access, and circumventing the rules is not a problem, and we can mask the need to. This masking of the security approach can give you the deceitful feeling that the company is within the balance between productivity and security. Once we achieve the overall security and protection, it has to be maintained in a working state, working here and now rather than working in the past. Understanding the meaning of security and all the organizational measures is a key factor. And if you add the results from security controls, that's the technical means for defense, you achieve an IT environment which works for you and for your business. And even if we update our organizational rules and our technical devices, we have to keep testing them, not only to see if they work, but also to see if they work together. And we have to periodically check our rules and the behavior of our employees add up, online and offline. We have to check that technical measures do not stand in the way of our business. Nobody wants to have the outgoing invoices filtered. In fact, the most important factor is that security and protection lie in your hands. And you have to be busy with them all the time. There is no one-size-fits-all. It's a matter of, everything is a matter of balance, which should be changing constantly in an operational mode. Now I hand over for a wrap-up. In order to utilize fully the hybrid clouds, modernize your applications. This is an advice, but this is something that should be achieved. Security, both in the cloud and in the cyberspace, is not something ready-made. It is something which you build up, you monitor and keep adjusting. It's a never-ending process. Last but not least, a holistic approach is vital. There is no universal solution or technology, and we know it at Lyrex, and this is why we stay here with you, and I'll be happy that we keep talking about the issues that we touched on. Thank you, and hopefully you will enjoy the rest of this workshop. Now we have to invite Irina Nedeva on stage.
Hello, everybody. I will speak in English because our next panelist will be Bruno Lette. He's sitting in Brussels right now, and I hope that we already have Zoom connection with Bruno. But while establishing the connection, hello, Bruno. Do you hear us? Hello. Welcome to our conference. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Irina Nedeva. I'm a journalist working with the Bulgarian National Public Radio, channel Horizon. And I have the privilege to moderate this small discussion with Bruno, and we are going to talk about defense. We're going to talk about institutions, bodies, organizations like European Union and NATO. And Bruno will help us to understand how important is the cyber security from transatlantic perspective. A few words about Bruno. Bruno is a senior fellow with one of the most important think tanks organizations working in the transatlantic perspectives. The German Marshall Fund, and he's based in Brussels. He analyzes and advises on trends in international security and defense policy. And the topic today is the deterrence and defense in cyberspace, digital world. Why it is so important, Bruno? You have up to 10 minutes for your presentation, and then we will do a short Q&A session. Welcome.
Sure, and thank you very much, Irina, for a well too gracious introduction. So, good morning from Brussels, and I'm very delighted to be able to join you. I cannot see you, but I hope that you see me. At least, but thanks again to the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be there. And as you said, the German Marshall Fund, just a brief word, we were established 40 years ago already, a bit more. When the Second World War, post-World War Marshall Plan ended in 1972, GMF was established as a gift from the German government to strengthen transatlantic relations. So our headquarters are in Washington, but we have 7 or 8 offices in Europe, and Bulgaria and the region is obviously one of our key priorities in our work. So again, very glad to be there. To get back to your question, dear Irina, sitting in Brussels, I'd like to do what Brussels people do the best, and it's looking at the European Union and at NATO, the capital of both institutions. So yes, it is a priority. Why? Because the EU and NATO are targeted by the same cyber threats that undermine all levels of society in member states. It's threatening civil, political, economic, and military security. And what we really see happening is a vast increase in the number of cyber attacks, and the emergence of cyberspace really as a new battlefield. So it leaves the European Union and NATO no choice but to strengthen their cyber resilience and to increase their coordination in that domain. So each institution individually is already doing a lot, but there's also a lot of progress in EU-NATO relations and cooperation on cybersecurity. And this is important because if Europeans, but also the transatlantic community, is to respond to the security threats of the digital age, they must work together. So actually, cybersecurity is nothing new. It has been on top of the EU and NATO agenda already for quite a while, early 2000s. But the first game changer was really in 2007, when a series of cyber attacks on Estonia forced both institutions to think more seriously about this type of threat. You may recall that Estonia was targeted by a massive cyber attack in its domain, attributed to the Russian authorities back then. But that was really a wake-up moment. And with the aftermath of Estonia in mind, in 2008, only 1 year later, NATO launched its very first cyber defense policy. And 5 years later, in 2013, the European Union followed by adopting its very first own cybersecurity strategy. And really, since then, initiatives have been piling up very quickly. There's a lot of progress, both on the NATO and the EU fronts. The initiatives have increased exponentially. But also in this climate of urgency, the EU and NATO have started to see each other as partners in the endeavor to build up cyber resilience. The most significant step here was with the signing of 2 EU-NATO joint declarations in 2016 and in 2018 that really provided a framework for the both institutions to work together. So yes, in the field of cybersecurity and defense, the few past years have brought significant change. The EU and NATO share now today many of the same priorities in cyberspace. Their policies are largely identical, and their tools are becoming increasingly complementary. There's also a lot of active interaction. There's information exchange between staffs. There are common training and education courses. There are cross briefings between EU and NATO. There's also an annual high-level EU-NATO staff-to-staff dialogue. So this is all pretty commendable, but it's also all pretty new. If you just think about, let's say, 10 years ago, there was no such dialogue between EU and NATO, or very limited. So that is quite a remarkable change. So this is the good picture. This is the pretty picture. So although there's a strong political support, but there's still some obstacles and some problems, of course, as well. The cooperation in some cases remains difficult, and the options are limited. And we see that there are two reasons for these obstacles. The one reason is the institutional level, so the supranational, and the other reason is the member state level. So to start with the institutional level, basically the EU and NATO will only be able to develop their common cyberspace deterrence if both organizations have a shared situational awareness, the same perception of threats. So while the interaction between staffs has improved, the EU and NATO nevertheless still remain two separate bodies. Let's not forget that. And each uphold restrictive information sharing procedures. So the EU and NATO cannot just share everything, all the information like that. And some of these problems around information sharing really prevents the emergence of a culture of shared cyber threat assessments. The problem in many cases also arises because of their different memberships. And there are different countries to NATO and there are different countries to EU, although a majority overlaps, but still, some member states, they only want to share their information with the EU. Some other member states, they only want to share their information with NATO. And there's also cases where member states simply do not want to share their information at the supranational level. So that's a problem. And even when some of this information manages to reach the European Union or NATO, cyber threat intelligence is often classified, and there are only limited channels for classified information sharing between the EU and NATO. So these are some points that they have to work on. Now, at the level of the capitals, at the level of the member states, we see obstacles too. The effective outputs of European Union and NATO mandates in cyberspace is limited. Why? Because both institutions still depend on their member states to endorse a supranational approach. And member states are often hesitant to give the institutions the power. They're hesitant to work with the institutions because cyberspace is still considered a critical domain of national interests. And capitals are not always convinced that the EU or NATO can provide the assistance that fits their national needs. Moreover, for the EU and NATO to deliver cyber solutions, it would require member states to become much more transparent about their threat intelligence, about their technical information on cyber incidents, to share their information about national cyber vulnerabilities and preparedness, or even to put at common disposal their technology and capabilities to attribute cyber incidents. So all these things are quite sensitive. There's certainly no political appetite in capitals to do so today, or very limited. So it is unclear how in the future a more robust role for the EU and NATO and for EU-NATO cooperation in cyberspace could emerge as long as a number of EU or NATO recommendations to member states are non-binding, because this is still quite a problem. The EU and NATO can give advice, but these are just guidelines. They're in many cases non-binding guidelines with some exceptions. So we see that this also leads a little bit to a gap between member states in terms of civilian and military capabilities, a gap that I would call the cyber haves versus the cyber have-nots. So this gap is something that we must certainly work on. So the priority now, and I'm rounding up, the priority for the EU and NATO is to find agreements on how to mitigate cybersecurity threats, which are becoming more frequent, more sophisticated. EU-NATO cooperation is essential to allow European and transatlantic governments to become better at preventing, detecting, and deterring cyber attacks, but also to hold those that engage in malicious cyber activities, to hold them accountable. This is also quite important. As such, both organizations must continue to seek new ways of cooperation on top of what already exists. They need to deepen and broaden their engagement in the future as well. And this can range from better information sharing, more coordination between EU and NATO cyber strategies. Think, for instance, in case when there's a cyber incident or in case of crisis response after a member state suffered an attack. But I also think it's important that the EU and NATO keep developing this culture of mutual action, of mutual trust. And there, for instance, we could think of holding more frequently joint cyber exercises between the EU and NATO. That could be a solution too. So again, very last point, the rapid changes of the digital age, they really place pressure on these traditional structures of intergovernmental organizations like the EU and NATO. It's difficult to adapt sometimes to these very quick changes in our security environments. However, the EU and NATO will continue to face those threats emerging from cyberspace. They will become even bigger, those threats. So I would say that for a long time, both institutions found themselves ill adapted to deal with this reality. But we also see that change is on the horizon, and common responses are slowly but surely being developed to assert EU and NATO credibility in cyberspace. So that leaves me at least quite optimistic as a final note.
Thank you, Bruno. I want to ask you first, I'm waiting for the questions also from the audience, but thank you for describing so well the obstacles, the gaps, and how they could be filled. But I just wonder, in order to imagine better what is the current state of transatlantic cooperation, could we say that the cyber security health of EU is somehow dependent of cyber security health of NATO and cyber security health of the United States? Because we didn't spoke a lot about United States itself, but it was initially a very important the genuine idea of transatlantic cooperation between the United States and Europe, Germany at the beginning. So if, let's imagine, a major cybersecurity incident in EU level, how much NATO and United States will be affected and vice versa? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a very good question. And obviously, just, to start, anything the EU and NATO can only do what the member states allow the EU and NATO to do. Let's not forget that. So we often point the finger at the EU and NATO are not doing enough, but that's because, the member states describe what the EU and NATO can do. So that's an important point to start with. Now, in terms of your question, look, there is no clarity, as a matter of fact, on what EU and NATO could do if there is a major cyber incident in the European Union. This is really a question whether or not such attack would be seen as a major act of aggression. The problem with cyber attacks is that they often fall short. They fall under that threshold of being seen as an act of major aggression. This is why quite often cyber attacks do not trigger the Article 5 clause of NATO, or they do not trigger the solidarity clause of the European Union. So this is a bit of a problem. Cyber attacks are often in the gray zone, I would say, and there's no clear definition of what should be done. As a matter of fact, when you do talk with EU and NATO officials about this, they often say, look, we need to check this on a case-by-case basis. So if there would, imagine very concretely, very theoretically, I'm just imagining something now. Let's say Slovenia suffered a major cyber attack that shuts down its energy infrastructure, very theoretically. First of all, it would be Slovenia that would have to request assistance from the international institutions. So the EU and NATO cannot just say by themselves, we will help you. So Slovenia needs to request this. So that would mean at NATO level that the North Atlantic Council would come together. This is the gathering of NATO ambassadors of all member states. And in that meeting, probably they would decide what to do. The problem, of course, with cyber attacks is it's very hard to identify who's behind it. Yes, attribution is a very difficult technical thing. And sometimes when a cyber attack happens, it can sometimes take days, it can sometimes take weeks, even months before we know who actually did it. So that's a very difficult issue. But when you ask about cyber health, all the things I just described now, as a matter of fact, the EU and NATO are actively looking into it. Now, we need to understand that whatever the EU and NATO does today, it's always from a defensive doctrine, right? The European Union does not develop aggressive cyber doctrine. The EU does not aim to do cyber attacks. It's purely defensive. A very important tool now that the European Union has developed is this so-called EU diplomatic toolbox. It means that it now gives the opportunity to member states that suffer an attack, if they did suffer an attack, that they react with measures in other domains. Let's say, for instance, if we know that country Z is behind a cyber attack, the EU can for instance, put economic sanctions as a retribution to the cyber attack. So it's this kind of asymmetric response, if I can put it this way. From a NATO perspective, also here, NATO looks at cybersecurity from a very defensive doctrine, but NATO has also recently created a cyber command, and there was decided that NATO could pull some aggressive, offensive cyber capabilities from member states if needed. So again, it's not NATO itself that would do it, it's the member states under a NATO umbrella. But so far, this has not been put in practice.
Just a last question, because we are running a little bit out of time. If I ask you to name the cybersecurity risks, where do they come from? Like 5G network, we know that the United States and Europe has completely different approaches to 5G at the moment, or Internet of Things as well, or artificial intelligence. The EU is trying to regulate a lot in this field. What could you say? Could we recognize where this kind of vulnerabilities and threats could come from?
Yeah, well, there's always two elements, right? First of all, there's a human factor. I mean, how do you deal as a human with your computer security? Do you change your passwords regularly? Do you use antivirus, etc.? So that's one. The other factor, of course, is what we call security by design. So basically, when a software or a platform is being developed by a software manufacturer, how secure is that product? And this is a very important debate, because it's basically the human factors versus how safe a product is. Now, this is really something also that concerns the private industry. There must be, to make sure those two threats are being mitigated, private industries and governments need to work together on that. And this is not always easy because sometimes there's a bit of mistrust between the private sector and the private and the governments. And one more point on that as well. Beyond that, we also need to work more on norms and global norms in cybersecurity and norms that basically shape the behavior of governments in cyberspace. Now, there's a very important debate happening right now at the United Nations on trying to shape the behavior of governments in cyberspace. But that's, of course, a very difficult thing to do because on the one hand, you have actors in the UN like European Union or United States. And on the other side, you have actors like China and Russia who have a very different approach to what security means in cyberspace. So that's a very difficult conversation at the UN level, but it's very important. And the EU there, of course, can play a role as a major actor.
Okay, thank you, Bruno. Thank you for your contribution to the Sofia Cyber Tech Conference and for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you there physically, but maybe next time.
Next time for sure. And let me just announce the next video, and also you will see participation from far away. Luis and Nick are on the line.
Hi, Nick. Nice meeting you. And thank you very much for joining us in the conference. Maybe you want to shortly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So my name is Nick Merrill. I direct the Daylight Security Research Lab at the UC Berkeley Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity. Very broadly, we push on kind of the way security is represented and understood. And in the context of this conversation, one of the things we did is fund artists who were looking on pushing the representations of cybersecurity forward through artworks. Nice.
And this is of course, very interesting to us in the STARTS initiative. We've been working, as you know, already a bit. We've been working in bringing artists in all sorts of research in technology. All areas of technology, and being you a specialist in cybersecurity, right? And cybersecurity now becoming fashionable because you see, even with the pandemic, there's been an issue to many people, and there's a lot of things going on. So the discourse gets a little bit broad. Do you think that everybody is really knowing what they're saying, or there's a lot of what's your take on that?
Yeah, you mentioned cybersecurity being fashionable. I think one of the things we like to think about is, who exactly finds it fashionable, right? Is it fashionable? There are, it's definitely like, people are interested in government, people are interested in the corporate sector about security. It's fashionable in those circles, but, younger people or, people who are coming from backgrounds that aren't typically represented in security, women, people of color, do they find security fashionable? Is it something that they get involved in? Something that they feel they want to get involved in? I think, security is something cool, but we don't want it to just seem like it's this corporate thing, it's this government thing. It could be something iconoclastic, it could be something rebellious, and it could be something virtuous, right? It could be something civic-minded. So I think that these are the kinds of questions that we want to kind of push on driving, looking toward that next generation of people who are getting involved in cybersecurity, driving their interest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. When I was referring to it being fashionable is because, in my circles, which basically public policy making, nowadays cybersecurity is really important. There's a lot of things going on in the European institutions, a lot of measurements being taken, a lot of new systems being put in place. And that's why the conversation sometimes is, from my point of view, generalized, because you have people like myself that never worked in cybersecurity and think they have a say, right? But I like your point on on how to attract other people and make it attractive to other people that not necessarily are forced to deal with it, like policymakers or other corporate actors. So people that have to deal with that because it's part of the jobs. But we know that, we know I have the intuition, but I would like to know from you, because you're the specialist, if would I be right saying that human error or some sort of like the human in the chain is very much a question in cybersecurity issues? That is not all just about machine?
Absolutely, yeah. Cybersecurity is, I think, only secondarily about machines. Cybersecurity is primarily about people, and it's about social institutions. That is cybersecurity. Technical stuff plays a role. I guess that makes it different from security without the cyber modifier, right? But it's primarily a question of people. And often human error, people think, oh, people are making mistakes, and that causes security issues. Another kind of aspect here is that designers make mistakes, right? Mm-hmm. Designers make systems that encourage certain types of errors. Mm-hmm. And this kind of messaging, especially visual messaging, but really all kinds of messaging and representation, that has a lot to do with security too. And design, it strongly impacts the kind of decisions people make. More than that, it tends to stick around, right? Once something's designed, it's there for kind of a long time, and a lot of people use it. So, changing stuff at that design place, right? Modifying it at design time, that has this outsized impact. And a lot of cybersecurity stuff is like basically going around lecturing people on what they should be doing, right? Saying, don't click on links on emails. And you go around to everyone in the Indies, don't never click on links. But I click on links on emails all the time. You click on links. Everyone clicks on links and emails, right? That's just something people do. So it's not really up to educating every end users. It's not this individual responsibility mindset that we're trying to get at. That doesn't work. If that worked, we'd be done already. But we're not done already, right? So we're looking a step above that. Design, design time, and even a step above that at the representation, the things that are in the waters, the things that are in the zeitgeist, that let people know what security is and what security can be. That's what we're trying to get at. That's upstream of all of this other stuff that we care about. So we're trying to modify stuff, the design and representation side, and hopefully this percolates through so that people, as you say, know what they're talking about, know what they need to be talking about, that it kind of reduces these errors that come from kind of misunderstandings.
That's very interesting, because that you put a lot of pressure in the human interaction, human-computer interaction there. And I was thinking while you were presenting these very, very important ideas, that in many meetings I go, we talk about security by design, in systems design and so on. But I think we could here talk about design for security, right? Because
that's a good, important distinction. That's an interesting distinction.
Because according to what you're saying, it's really important to lead people not to make mistakes, and that is part of that human-computer interaction. And talking about that, recently we did recently, like in 2018, or like 2 years ago almost, we did a talk in the European Parliament about cybersecurity and aspects of cybersecurity in IoT, and the notion also of that cybersecurity is a very interesting place, because it's a place where civilians and military meet, because things overlap. So there's a lot of collaboration that goes into both sides. But the artist that was there speaking, Jaromil Royo, who's a very famous artist and also very active in the hacking community, he was referring to this idea, this notion that that he misses cybernetics in cybersecurity, meaning the notion of chains of machines and humans and so on. Do you think this is valid, and do you think this is a trend? How do you see this?
Right. Humans and machines are entangled already. Always have been, right? We build machines to use. So humans and machines are like this, right? Yeah. We cannot separate them. They've never been separable.
Yeah.
So, technical systems have always been cyber-physical, I think. security is no exception. It's always been cyber-physical.
Okay.
Just like the social and technical are always entangled, right? All of these supposedly technical systems are actually embedded in larger socio-technical systems. Otherwise, that's the only thing that gives these technical systems legibility and use. They only become relevant in the context of these larger socio-technical systems. So yeah, you know, I always advocate for a socio-technical frame with security and with everything else, with any kind of analysis. You know, if you're focusing on technical systems alone, you're missing, I would say, the parts that matter, right?
Yeah.
We make technical modifications and we engage in technical practice to achieve certain social and political ends, and for no other reason.
Okay. Yeah. And so, and what's the role of artists in all this context?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, short answer, right? And maybe I'll take it back to the beginning. So short answer, you know, we were really tired of the visuality around cybersecurity. We get these ones and zeros, there are these green padlocks, you know, stuff going down the screen like this.
Matrix.
The Matrix, exactly. This visuality has not changed since the original Matrix film came out in 1999. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's happened in the world since then, right? I mean, we can talk about all the technical stuff, but like 9/11, right? I mean, really, the world has changed dramatically since this visuality came out. And this visuality is lagging in a world that is pre-smartphone, pre-IoT, pre-ransomware, pre-blockchain, whatever you want to say, right? You can list all of these technical innovations. The technical innovations themselves are not necessarily relevant, but they lag behind our lived experience of technology day to day, right? It's not how we experience it, and the visuality lags. So we wanted to open it up. You know, we decided also, you know, I'm talking a lot about visuality here. We decided it's really all of these representations are lagging. You know, audio too is very trapped in like the 1980s when you think about cybersecurity. It's like computers don't actually make these sounds. Maybe they never did, right? So we wanted to push on security's representations broadly, but I think visuality is something we're all familiar with because we've all seen The Matrix. So the idea here is that new representations open up new ways of thinking. We're trapped in our ways of thinking because of representations. The example I always like to use, this is a little bit US specific, but every American of my age remembers this, and I will let you in on it too. Back in the 1990s, there was a senator from Alaska named Ted Stevens, and he was trying to explain the internet in front of the Senate, and he described it as a series of tubes. Okay, and this is like this very, very famous thing in the US because it's just really naive understanding what the internet was. But if you go through around the 1990s and you look at the internet and you Google phrases like the information superhighway, you see all this visuality that is tubes. There are tubes everywhere, right?
Yeah.
He didn't pull this from nowhere. I mean, he was looking at Time magazine and there it says the information superhighway and there are a bunch of tubes. So you think the internet's a series of tubes. I mean, we rely on visuality. Policymakers rely on representations to make decisions.
Absolutely.
So we're trying to make these, it's not, you know, better is kind of underspecified here, but we're trying to make representations of security that help people make more relevant decisions. They're more relevant representations of cybersecurity. It's not just a guy in a hoodie going like this. That doesn't help you make a decision, right? So we open it up to artists. And artists, the role that they play is kind of acting like a probe. They're trying to figure out, you know, what are these representations that are just on the periphery that we have access to, we can open up to. And, you know, in our experience, the artists like way delivered. And it also, not only did they deliver, it showed us that we needed them to do it. We couldn't have done it ourselves. So we got stuff like, you know, we have stuff about cybersecurity in the African context. Ima Ayer and Shana Robinson did this amazing kind of mockumentary about cybersecurity in Uganda and kind of what this is like. You know, it really opens your eyes to security out of the non-Western, you know, global South, this kind of context. It's very, very different, right? This is a new kind of representation. And, you know, we have kind of meditations on virtual assistants and intimate environments. Lauren McCarthy did some work on this. Greg Niemeyer and some of his collaborators did a music video. It's kind of, you know, an abstract representation of hacker and defender. And that video has this completely new kind of visuality. You can check it out. This is all available on our website, so you can check it out. And I'm sure we can talk. So, and there's music that goes along with that that's also completely different from the bleeps and bloops that you've heard. So, you know, they really delivered on what we hoped. And now that we're getting this message out there, we're pushing this out. We're hoping this is going to be, you know, a new reference point, a new anchor.
Very nice. Sounds really, really interesting. And I'm wondering, while listening to you, this relationship with artists had a direct impact in your team, in the way you yourselves make these representations of what you're dealing with.
You know, it's funny. We were as soon as we got this music video in particular, we were looking. You know, we were looking through it, and one of my coworkers, Ann Cleveland, said, "Oh, this would be a perfect cover for one of our reports." It's just like, you know, once you get a taste of something that's a little bit different, it's like, you know, it's magic, and it opens up this way of communicating that. And you know, cynically, right, as CLT, we're research, you know, Daylight Lab is situated in Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity, you know, and we want to distinguish ourselves among all the other people studying cybersecurity. And visuality is a way to do that. So there's this, you know, cynical component to it that's like, yeah, of course it feeds in. It gives us something unique where we push it out there. But, you know, ultimately, really, our hope is that this isn't unique. Our hope is that we're setting a new standard. And yeah, we'll be the first to engage in that standard. And there's a reputational benefit to our having done that. But we really do have a pro-social goal here. So as much as it does feed into our work, you know, we're hoping that as we get our work out through the usual channels, we're pushing out those representations along with it.
Yeah. So, but it's clear to you that it's not just a communication exercise, right? There's some sort of so it's not you're not pushing these only towards your networks. My previous question was also, did it have an impact on the way you think cybersecurity, on the way your team yes, did it bounce back? Because our experience, some of our experiences in Europe, by having artists in research projects, and in some cases they radically changed the course of a specific research project, or they unlocked a little you know, a little step that was missing because they were seeing things from a different plan. I give you a concrete example. We had an artist in residency in a project that was trying to make systems that control plants to make architecture, and they were not communicating very well with the plants, and the artists came and said, so our work is about listening to plants, so why don't you listen to plants first and then you communicate with them? And that worked perfectly. So any stories of these with the interaction of the artists?
Yeah, that's a great example. You know, for me, the example I would kind of probably go to first is the cybersecurity in the African context. You know, if you had asked me what cybersecurity is like in Uganda, I would have said, oh, you know, it's probably a growing issue. You know, like, oh yeah, digital penetration is probably increasing there, and this is something that they will have to deal with. Maybe they're ill-prepared, right? What I actually found is much more complex stories. Security is a huge issue in Uganda. It's enacted differently. It's enacted through fundamentally different social practices. It relies on cultural practices on the ground, the way you interact with people in public and marketplaces and stuff like that. It's enacted through kind of different relationships with one's phone, SIM cards. Mobile banking is really big in Uganda and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa. You know, mobile banking and M-Pesa is this really big force, mobile payment. You know, this is a really important vector for security, vector for attack. You know, these kinds of the subtlety that it adds to my thinking helps me reinterpret what happens on the ground here, right? Because suddenly I know security is socially situated, of course, it's deeply embedded in my training, I get that. But when I see something in a different context, I get an intuition for the degree to which what I consider to be cybersecurity is actually an emergent property of kind of enacted practices, the way I do business, the way I am in public, right? My expectations about strangers. All of these things inform what security appears to be to me. So this really does help my thinking in a very direct way. And again, you know, me personally, I'm thinking about representations, right? I'm thinking about how security is represented. So when I see it in a different context, I get a lot more clarity about the contextual nature of what I consider to be security already. And when I go to someone else, even in the European context, it's very different. Your expectations about strangers as a European are very different from mine.
Yes, absolutely.
When you go in public, no one has a gun. That's a security issue I think about. I
see. Very interesting. Well, thank you very much for your time and for your insightful thoughts. And these results you have with the artists, you made exhibitions as well. They're ready to be shown. You've shown them?
I would have to check with the artists, but I'm almost certain that they are.
Super. So maybe we could tour you in Europe, maybe to to exchange a little bit more in our cultural practices in cybersecurity. I guess.
I think that sounds great.
Super. Again, thank you for your time, and we keep in touch for next steps. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Здравейте!
Hello.
Ние сме следващите презентатори.
We are the next presenters.
Представя, моето име е Жени Бонева,
My name is Jenny Boneva, and I'm a vice president of ISECA chapter. I work on data privacy and IT audit. I'm very thankful for the invitation by the organizers to talk about cybersecurity. And more important, cybersecurity in this peculiar situation that we are in those months. Our topic is connected with what have we done, what happened, what is the reality right now, and what would be our next steps. First of all, I would start with the thing that those situations of pandemic, where it is required of business continuity, plans of organizations, plans for not interrupting business processes, they concern the whole market. It happened in our country as well. Not only organizations were concerned, but all of our clients, providers were influenced, our strategic plans were changed, our risk profile was changed, and all the actions we took influenced our reputation as well. What happened was an external situation, and the organizations could not control it. So the only thing they could do is to reorganize their internal processes and organization so that they could really face the external situation. What most of the organization have done, what should they have done? It turned out that the whole landscape of threats was changed in this situation. So what they had to start, all the organizations should start a new approach for controlling their internal situation to correspond to the external changes. What most of the organizations forgot to do, they forgot the first risk assessment. When the situation like this happened, most of us are prepared with different action plans and activities. But the most important thing is to define the range, to what extent, what to apply concerning the situation. What we realize is that most organizations miss the first step, which was the most important, and this was risk assessment. The risk assessment of the situation. A standard risk assessment starts by looking at three basic elements, and what are these? What are the business processes or the operational processes would be influenced? What technologies would be concerned? And what other resource we need to support this organization, the internal organization, the people we need to really transfer to the new situation. The different steps in a risk assessment include defining the range, identifying the threats, the vulnerabilities, assessment to what extent those threats could be realized for us as an organization, how we would be influenced, and what would be our response, our steps and operational procedures that we have to apply to this situation. What happened in reality? We were in a panic. The events really overtook us, and many people took fast measures and actions. So the first steps that we noticed in a lot of organizations were to just give remote access. Maybe you know in your organizations, in the first months of the pandemic in Bulgaria, what else happened? To go very quickly to digitalization. That was a bit longer process, but this situation made us to really take fast decisions to apply new technologies in our operation and in order to give services to our clients. And we became a little more vulnerable because we didn't adhere to some of the internal processes to just make changes when we acquired those new technologies. What else happened? We forgot to focus on the IT department, the people who has the sensitive information and access to that information that should take care of our whole infrastructure. We didn't pay attention to how we would maintain our internal infrastructure, what would happen to the standard operations that we have been doing up to now, for example, the standard patch management. We forgot to pay attention to, before we start the different actions, we had to train our employees, the most important resource we have. We just separated them from the organization and from each other, and they were decentralized, and that really made them very vulnerable, easily vulnerable, because people were confused. They were under a great stress because they lost their authenticity in the source of information they received. The very information was questioned. Who is telling us what and why? Because most of the people were forced to go and work from their homes. They were not prepared well. The people in an organization should be the most important resource that influences fundamentally the security, the informational security of a company. And they are the target group that is always targeted by the hackers, because they have the access to the information that the hackers are interested in. Also, they're our first line of defense. They are the first one to identify where there is fraud or attempt for a fraud. But we forgot to really change the procedure of incidents, detecting of incidents, how it is reported, how we could be sure that the one reporting to us is our employee. So these questions and matters are internally organizational. And so we learned a few lessons that should be applied in the future. So we observed what happened, and we saw that the phishing attacks increased because the trust of the people was corrupted, and because those phishing attacks increased because people were not prepared, our employees were not prepared for this situation. Another type of attack that we recognized was the ransomware attack, which blocks access to corporate information. Not only that, what we see is increase of ransomware attacks because of those internal procedures. DDoS attacks as well, because the digitalization was forced, and all businesses could be blocked thanks to DDoS attacks. And now I will just give the floor to Lubo, because he did a very in-depth analysis. What were the analyzed attacks and what are the new opportunities that help us protect us?
Hello. Thanks to the organizers. This is a dream of mine to sing into a mic. Jenny has spoken about a few important aspects about the mistakes that were made. Some of these things, I'll give you a bit more detail. Businesses had to transform fast and digitize. Many companies were compelled by the likelihood of total closure to work from home. But it's a problem. We talked about VPN and restricted access, etc. But many companies were ill prepared for their staff members to work from home. Many of them didn't have physical opportunity to purchase laptops for their employees because transport services were restricted. In late April, there was a slight invigoration of the market, and businesses allowed their employees to use their personal laptops at home for access to the corporate infrastructure, and this is a risk. We were ill prepared, we didn't train enough, and this cyber hygiene was underestimated. Last week I read about research, UK research. 20% of employees have downloaded company information on their personal laptops, and that could be an easy target for hackers because private devices didn't have the endpoint devices. See how we close the circle? And given the threat of shutting down, company managers allowed their employees to work from home on their private devices. Just imagine what happens was an IT administrator trying to protect our infrastructure so that hackers have only a single point to break in. If we allow 100 employees to work from home, this provides hackers with the opportunity to assault 100 points and then to have access to critical corporate infrastructure. So risk was our day-to-day life during the pandemics. Jenny mentioned phishing simulations, phishing attacks. According to a study from February of Trend Micro, it said that in early 2020, 2,000 domains were registered, which mimicked some terms or domains like pandemic, vaccine, COVID, healthcare, etc. 2022 domains. But those domains were used for phishing attacks, as we saw later on. Palo Alto estimated that the first 2 months of the pandemic, there were more than 500,000 phishing attacks by hackers targeting critical business infrastructure.
По отношение също така на статистиката, нека да кажем, че говорим за обучение, говорим за cyber security awareness.
Talk about training and awareness.
Супер. Обаче, според проучване на IT Governance,
according to IT Governance study, less than 20% of businesses have sent their employees to some form of cybersecurity training. These are the key mistakes which were done during the pandemic, and we were ill prepared. Nobody expected this. What are we supposed to do from now on? Companies see their employees as an asset. I think this is mistaken, because why do we have to put so much effort in protecting the human factor? We can instead train humans to make them part of our multi-layered security fence, so we can use them in our response to cyber attacks to turn people into the so-called human layer security. So these trainings need to be quite sophisticated, and they need to provide the proper qualification so that employees can recognize a phishing email. This is also training against the so-called insider threat, because we put in place stable infrastructure with solid cybersecurity solutions, but we tend to forget that when credentials of an active user give a chance for a hacker to authenticate himself, and it's difficult for systems to understand this is an outsider rather than a legitimate user. So if employees are well trained, they can recognize the actions which they shouldn't do, even if required, even if asked to. Jenny mentioned ransomware, and it was envisaged to take place this year. Ransomware 2.0. We know WannaCry, bad habits, but traditionally ransomware until last year, what they were doing, they compromised our computers through phishing emails. And data shows that 88% of all break-ins were done thanks to the human factor. With ransomware, we just scripted our files, we couldn't use them, but if we backed up our information regularly, yes, if we had backups from yesterday, we would lose part of the information, but we were protected. But what the hackers have evolved with this ransomware 2.0. Once having access to the computer configuration was to exfiltrate this information, that's critical information from affected computers. They use it in order to be able to ask ransom from victims. Probably you heard about Doppelpaymer 2 weeks ago. That's the Russian group. And the Russians, the Chinese, and the North Koreans are the usual suspects. What they did was they hacked with ransomware an important infrastructure, healthcare infrastructure. And it was a new dimension. It wasn't just a break-in to steal personal data or take money. And the impact is measured with human lives. You might have read about this hospital in Germany, which was hit by ransomware, and the whole infrastructure seized up, and the hospital could receive no more patients, could admit no more cases. And life-sustaining systems were stopped and a woman died. So in 2020, ransomware is not quantified by money or personal data, but with human life. When this information, hackers organizations like Doppelpaymer They publish it in Tor, in Darknet. They have a Twitter account as well where they publish this information. And they force victims to pay ransom, but secondly, they have access to valuable information that hackers can sell to competitors. So the backup is not good enough for 2.0. This valuable information is now in the hands of a great number of people. Many vendors during the last few months started talking about the upscaling of solutions. You see UPA, UEBA, which are targeted on building profiles of various objects or people, and if there is some deviation, some anomaly, they can alarm us. We heard about the EDR solutions, but they are focused on specific end devices. Each one of these solutions have positive and negative sides. In UBA, you build up a profile, but we put the emphasis on specific users. In EDR, we emphasize on the final device, the internet connections, whether there are files and drivers that weren't there. But endpoint 3 response, we lose the visibility on the network. CN is SOLAR. Come in here, but CN, unless they're well tuned, they generate false positives, quite a few false positives, and IT administrators, they can skip something which is important. SOLAR, we have automation of the whole response process, but these SOLAR solutions are reactive. They only respond building up a playbook when the incident has already taken place, so they can mitigate and investigate the attack. And we want to be vendor neutral. We don't mention specific vendors. But based on the mistakes from this year are the so-called XDR solutions, extended detection and response. XDR solutions offer combinations and accumulation of each one of these security solutions we mentioned, giving you a total overview and visibility. If you have employees working from home, if they use their personal PCs, which cannot be monitored by our IT department, we lose visibility. And if we're able to be able to fix all these solutions, is the FDR. This will give us accumulation of all the information and the ability to be proactive in our response. Let's finish instead of standing before our audience and lunch. I hope we will do some networking during our lunch break, so have a nice lunch.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that all of you had a good lunch. And now we will have a discussion by the name of Hybrid Threats and Resilience. The session would be in Bulgarian and English. We have two panelists that are online and these gentlemen next to me.
Do you hear us? We don't hear you.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so Lisa is the first one that can hear us and talk. So let's make a little round for a short self-introduction. And I propose Lisa to start with a few words for her, and then Jakob and the guest here. Thank you, Lisa.
Sure. My name is Lisa Past, and I'm joining you from Tallinn in Estonia. And I'm the sort of person who populates the space between technology and decision makers quite often, whether it's in impact assessment, risk management, or crisis management, or longer term analysis. Most recently, I'm the outgoing Chief National Cyber Risk Officer of the Estonian Government Office. And before that, I worked with both the Estonian Cybersecurity Agency as well as the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. And I had the great fortune of spending 2018 and 19 in the United States with the McCain Institute for International Leadership, focusing on how to defend the very infrastructure underlying democracies from cyber attacks and from hybrid threats.
Thank you. Jakob? We don't hear you. Nope, we don't hear you still.
I can hear Jakob though on Zoom.
So perhaps it's something with our here.
I can also hear you. I'm the interpreter.
Okay, until we see the technical difficulties, perhaps we can go with Commissioner Dimitrov to say a few words for you.
My name is Vladimir Dimitrov. I'm head of the Bulgarian Cybercrime Unit within the General Directorate for Countering Organized Crime in Bulgarian Ministry of Interior. I am a police officer for the last 17 years, and I'm dealing right now with a large variety of cyber crimes, cooperation with our partners from different law enforcement agencies and private sector. Thank you.
Jakob?
I can hear, but the stage looks still confused.
The stage is not hearing him. Strange.
I can hear him, but the stage doesn't hear Jakob for some reason.
Okay, so perhaps...
Hi everyone. While we're trying to figure out what's going on with Jakob's microphone, my name is Radoslav Rizov. I'm leading the public sector at Tallinn Business Services for the past 10 years. I've been working in public sector, in technology domain. I'm keen on cybersecurity and everything that goes around this topic.
Okay, and until we manage to get... I'm going to make just one introduction to Jakob and then continue further. He is the head of public policy for Poland, Baltics, Romania and Bulgaria in Facebook. So we'll enjoy his feedback from Facebook and I think the biggest social media that we have at the moment. My name is Boyan Yanchev. I'm Chief Technology Officer at Lyrex BS, which is a managed service and information security company in the region, but also delivering services worldwide. And I'll be moderating the panel today. We will try to do it as a discussion, not to go only with speech of each single panelist at the moment. And we have several topics to cover. It will be good if we manage to get in these 50 minutes as a time. First of all, my first question is going to be something related to the elections and the malicious cyber operations that we see around such kind of elections, and what is the way to determine such kind of attack and how we react as at overall. So as Estonia is, let's say, in Europe, most advanced, or one of the countries that's most advanced in these situations, my proposal is to start with Lisa to share her thoughts on that one.
Thank you. And there couldn't really be a more timely discussion, given that we're the day after the first US presidential debate that highlights these underlying democratic infrastructure issues. And what we've seen with elections is that, of course, the most detrimental attackers are those that are government-backed. And there's clear evidence of several campaigns that are controlled by, or at least very clearly ordered by, if not carried out by, the members of Russian security services, in particularly the cyber branch of GRU, the Military Foreign Intelligence. We saw that already in 2014 in Ukraine, in a case where those of you who might not remember it, there seemed to have been a very, an attempt to deface the successful attempt to deface the website of the Central Elections Commission on the evening of elections, as if 2014 Ukraine wasn't already tumultuous enough, showing a marginal candidate, Dmitry Yarosh, coming up as the winner of the first round with a 37% of the vote. In fact, Mr. Yarosh won a slightly less impressive 0.7% of the votes and an 11th place. And then, of course, the case of 2016 and the cyber attacks against candidates and their campaigns, most notably Hillary Clinton, the Steal and Leak, but also Emmanuel Macron, who managed to build better resilience, whose campaign built better resilience, don't need to be explained that much more. But of course, at the same time, there have been attacks against election organizers, vendors, the supply chain of election technology. And frankly, what seems to be the adversarial behavior behind it is, up until this year, seems to have been to just delegitimize democratic institutions, the procedures underlying elections. There doesn't seem to have been a very clear preference for one candidate or another. What seems to have changed, and I'd be very interested to hear what Jakob and his first-hand experience at Facebook really speaks to it. It seems, and the reports that are public suggest, that in 2020, that's no longer the case. It's no longer the attacker throwing spaghetti at the wall to be able to say your wall is dirty and seeing what sticks. Across information operations, human-led operations, as well as cyber attacks and data theft. It now seems to be more targeted. Twitter and Facebook themselves, together with the US intelligence community, reported that a few weeks ago. And it seems to be more targeted and cleverer, in particular in the US, to undermine Joe Biden. Now, at the same time, in being that opportunistic, and without getting into the discussion of why the definition of a hybrid threat rather than integrated operations might not be best in this situation. It's an academic discussion that might require a few drinks before in this very esteemed group of panelists. But it's clear that the attackers, with great flexibility and agility, are moving between these different types of operations. So after 2016, it was clear that cybersecurity will be bolstered in terms of trainings of candidates and parties, in terms of cybersecurity of election organizers, more transparency in the supply chain, and more testing of the technology itself, both in terms of security and functionality testing. So as that was clear, the adversary seems to have shifted more towards the information operations. So it's clear that the adversary is still very much going for the lowest hanging fruit, whatever works most effectively. And as we've shifted the adversarial calculation, cost-benefit calculation, away from cybersecurity, it's now shifted to better targeted and cleverer information operations. But as they're still seeking to undermine democracies, it's also clear that where they've succeeded to draw out existing cleavages in society, to create opposition, alienation from politics, from elections, from governance as such, there the adversary is sitting back and relaxing, because the alienation, those cleavages have become canyons within our own democratic societies, where there's lack of trust, there's lack of civilized debate, where civil unrest moved onto the debate stage of presidential elections of the wealthiest nation of the world last night. So if we're punching ourselves in the face, the adversary needs to just every once in a while give a little push. And those pushes have become more sophisticated, they're better targeted and cleverer. But at this point, a lot of what's wrong about democracies and the way up to elections we're doing to ourselves.
Jakob, do you hear us? Or can we hear you? So Lisa was mentioning the role of Facebook and social networking into the elections. So it would be good if you can share with us a few thoughts about that.
I can hear Jakob, but it seems like Sofia still doesn't.
Yep. Okay, let's hope.
Feedback from the organizers about what I should potentially do. So.
Jakob, we hear you, so...
Oh, you hear me?
Yes, now we hear. So, is it possible to see a few words for you, and how do you see the social network?
So, I'm super happy we managed to solve these technical issues, hoping it was not a cyber attack. So yes, my name is Jacob. I lead the public policy efforts for Facebook in a bunch of countries in the region, indeed, including Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria. And maybe not to waste more time and to go directly to your question. Well, obviously, protecting the integrity of the elections while also preserving freedom of expression is a top priority for Facebook. And I think it's fair to say that using lessons from the past and input also from experts and policymakers across all the political spectrum, we've made substantial investments in teams and technologies to better secure the elections all over the world. And we now have more than 35,000 people around the world working on safety and security. And their job is to monitor for suspicious activity and quickly identify suspicious behavior, content that violates our policies and remove if needed. Now, our strategy to protect the elections clearly not apply only in critical times, like a few months before the elections. It's really a year-round effort. And it's centered on what I'd call three kind of distinguished areas. The first one is about preventing interference. The second is really related to content as such, so all the kind of harmful content that we remove, the misinformation for which we reduce the spread. And the third one is the transparency that users get about why they see stuff on their newsfeed. Now, with regards to the first topic, with regards to preventing interference, a key part of our strategy is to prevent interference in working with government authorities, law enforcement, security experts, civil society, and other tech companies to stop emerging threats by precisely establishing a direct line of communication, sharing knowledge, and identifying opportunities for collaboration. And we had, for instance, with the Estonian government ahead of the elections, the last general elections, was a great example. Was many meetings with all the agencies on the ground to exchange the different informations that we have, to better spot, find, and remove the threats that exist online. Now, the second key aspect is about content as such. And here we apply a three-part strategy, which is remove, reduce, and inform. This involves removing content that violates our policies, reducing the spread of problematic content that does not violate our policies, but still undermines the kind of authenticity of the platform, and then informing our users. Now, we remove content that violates our community standards, including fake accounts and accounts that engage in inauthentic behavior, misinformation that may contribute to a direct risk or harm for our users, voter fraud or interference, and obviously hate speech, bullying, harassment. And we also remove ads that do not comply with our ads policies, which is super important in the context of political ads. Now, we also reduce the reach of a lot of content. Some problematic content that does not meet the standards for removal under our community standards, but still undermines, again, the authenticity on the platform, such as, for instance, misinformation or content that has been assessed as misinformation by our third-party fact-checker. For this content, first, we flag it as misinformation, but most importantly, we reduce the reach of this content by up to 80% so that users have less access to fake news on the platform. So there's a lot of tools that we develop, that we have been developing, that we will be developing in the future. But then the third aspect, the information aspect, is absolutely crucial. I mean, I always say that we may have the best tools ever, and it is an arms race, and we are definitely running the race, and we're trying to catch the bad guys. But if there is no education among the voters, among the users in the society about a wise usage of the internet, if there's no media literacy, so that people by themselves to some extent can also spot when they see a fake news in front of them, then I guess this battle will never be really won. So this education aspect is absolutely crucial, and ahead of every major election, we kind of contribute to this effort, organizing massive media literacy campaigns on our platform to inspire our users for each of them to become some sort of fact checker and really analyze the content that they see. Now, last but not least, there is the, from my perspective, crucial element of transparency. Political ads do exist. They do exist in every media. But I think it's extremely important and fair to our users to give clear information. Who has posted the ad, who has paid for the ad, and how the ad has been targeted. This is a whole process that we have implemented in Europe before the last EU parliamentary elections. And today, indeed, to run a political or issue ad on our platform, first of all, we have to check who is the person who is sending the ad, and if indeed this person is in the country where the ad is targeted to fight with foreign interference, for instance. And then once the ad is accepted, it goes into an archive library accessible for every user, where everybody can check, again, the budget, the target group, and so on and so forth. This has been a massive effort, and I really think that, transparency obviously is a journey, and I guess we're not there yet. But this is really a huge, huge step towards better informing our users of what they see and why they see things on their newsfeed. So that would be kind of a word intro on my side, but happy to further discuss, of course.
Thank you. Actually, I was thinking of a few of the things that you mentioned, that the social content and some stuff related to the identity of the guys. And I'll switch to Bulgarian for some things. Искам да споделя с вас, че всъщност базирайки се на социалния контент и базирайки се на опита, който ние
based on social content and based on audit, we see organizations being attacked in Bulgaria, and a major part of cyber crime goes in a similar direction. And Commissioner Dimitrov can share some of his experiences from cyber crime in Bulgaria. Can you hear me? My name is Vladimir Dimitrov. I head the department cybersecurity in the Department for Fighting Organized Crime under the Ministry of Interior. I've been on the position for 20 days only, and 11 years I was an employee of the same department, involved in investigating cyber attacks. And before that, I was a policeman in a regional department. I was involved in severe crime investigations. We have more than 40 people in our cybercrime department, and it's a wide range of cybercrime that we investigate. We have accumulated a veritable potential, and people who have specific knowledge, our colleagues have specific knowledge about cyberspace and which the key types of cybercrime are, and what is the most effective way to persecute them. What we see is a weird crime, a sophisticated one. It's called business email compromise, is the English term. Business email compromise was a term of 15 years ago. It was imposed put into circulation by the FBI. It is a continuous, sophisticated crime committed by groups from North Africa. Everything starts with a phishing email to an employee. It usually informs the employee that there's a problem with the email and he should go to a link in order to have the problem addressed. And then the employee of a Bulgarian company, in this concrete example, is referred to a compromised website, and employees are invited to visit a provisional phishing site and use the password, because they know the username but they don't know the password. And this is how organized groups learn the password. And they hack into the post box, an email box, and they start monitoring the operations of the company, if it's a matter of payments between the business and its customers, and then they replace an email, an authentic email, with an email to the employee, giving some details where a payment should be directed. And they use various pretexts for substituting a bank account. And very often, recently they have used problems that banks have related to the pandemic. And a Bulgarian employer might be sent a new email with an invoice with changed bank details and with an invitation to wire the money to this new account. This is how we get those complaints from companies almost every week. And the damage done to Bulgarian businesses through the compromising of business email amount to millions. One week, for instance, we have a Bulgarian company which was defrauded into sending 50,000 euro to this fake bank account. Then another week we have a company they wired 100,000 euro or even 1 million. It's been a regular problem with Bulgarian businesses suffering from this, and the overall amount adds up to millions. North African organized crime groups then have to launder the money. They use the services of other criminal organizations who are solely involved in money laundering. They usually done at closed hacker forums or crypted communication channels. This is how they communicate. The money laundering group communicate with business email compromise groups. They provide them with a bank number and the name of the receiver. They have financial mules. They have networks of mules all over the world. It's a network covering the whole world. We have financial mules in Bulgaria as well. They have been recruited by people at the middle and the higher ranks of these organized transnational groups, money laundering groups. The money launderers they carry out no computer crime. What they do is money laundering from any kind of criminal activity. The executives of these groups, they provide Jabber accounts. And this is a deal, and there are many details to be specified. They typically would ask the guy who wants to have his money laundered what kind of account they need, in what kind of country, which part of the world. If the Bulgarian company has a customer or a supplier from China, usually these money launderers, they can provide the North African business email compromisers. They provide them with accounts from China, from Hong Kong, or anywhere close to China, so that the Bulgarian company is duped into believing that this is a legitimate bank account. Once again, business email compromise is a grave issue, and Bulgarian businesses fall victim to this kind of crime every week. Every second week, we have a Bulgarian business who has been robbed of 50 or hundreds of thousands of lev or euro. Sometimes once a year it happens that it might amount to 1 million. Another area where we carry out quite a lot of law enforcement is internet fraud. The most typical case is a Bulgarian finding a car, a second-hand car at a very good price, and then they communicate through emails or through some application to purchase the car, and the seller would supply the car deliver the car to Bulgaria. But they come to a point where he gets an email from a transport company saying that your car has been loaded and here is a photo, but we need the reference number from the bank. And so, although well negotiated the deal, they had an arrangement to pay the car upon arrival. Finally, the Bulgarian pays even the final price to a bank account in a European country, typically, and he sends the documents that he wired the money. A couple of weeks later, he gets an email that the truck had a crash somewhere, an accident somewhere, and he needs to send some more money. And we regularly get complaints for this kind of crime.
To English, Rado, perhaps you can share what do you see in the government and private organization working together in the cybercrime and in the elections, and how we can see and mitigate risk and attacks, and how do you see that one?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch again back to English. I'm gonna try to make some parallel between the discussions that we already made. We see that the cyber attacks are getting more and more complex, but in my opinion, we should not only focus on the technological level, we should also pay attention to the policy one. And a couple of years ago, one of the big corporations has launched an initiative called Digital Geneva Convention. The idea behind the Digital Geneva Convention was to establish a common set of rules and regulations that will basically ban states from conducting or financing groups that are conducting cyber attacks. Ever since that moment, I have made a lot of research on the topic, and I firmly believe that this is a way that many states and private organizations may cooperate on a global level to achieve coherence in terms of policy. What we are witnessing is that in the international law, there are some gray areas that currently exist, and many countries are taking advantage in these gray areas, perform and conduct cyber attacks, and get away with nothing. So if we want to align our legal framework, I think that we should work on a kind of a Digital Geneva Convention, or however we call it. In an essence, we may also base it on the Tallinn manuals. We have a representative from Estonia. Lisa may also reiterate on that topic if she has been researching on it, or Jacob. And we may take a step further by introducing a neutral body that will investigate and arbitrate such cyber attacks in order to basically take proactive measures and to protect all citizens who are currently at the forefront. We are the ones who are at the forefront of the cyber attacks and the cyber wars that are currently happening. And so, yeah, I can go a little bit further if necessary, but my opinion is that this will go through some sort of a policy discussion on a global scale, and a agreed policy topic that all states and all private organizations will contribute to. Even the citizens should be actively cooperating and participating in that process, which basically will guarantee that there is no private or public interest prevailing while they are drafting the regulation or the articles in this Digital Geneva Convention.
Yeah, thank you. Jacob, perhaps you can share if Facebook is supporting the Digital Geneva Convention, or if you are aware of that one, or perhaps it's more onto the regulation at European level that we have to achieve before that one.
Well, so a few things. First of all, I think it's fair to say that there are a lot of aspects of this debate that are out of the loop of any kind of regulation. And it may not be the best thing ever. And it's been quite some time that we as Facebook call, for instance, with regards to, again, elections and with regards to elections integrity, to have a more uniform and future-proof regulation so that democratically elected people can tell, the tech companies and all the actors in the digital area how to behave and where to go. And from this perspective, I do think that there is a lot going on in Brussels. There is a lot of good things going on in Brussels. The main thing is really the debate about the European Democracy Action Plan that is now ongoing. And we do believe and understand that it is really a first step before some concrete regulation propositions will be proposed next year. Now, as policymakers kind of decide on the appropriate measures to tackle the issue of the elections integrity and disinformation, it is important that definitions used are clear, are precise, to ensure rules and regulations, as well as the enforcement of these rules, to really be fit for purpose. And from our perspective, for instance, we would definitely call for some level of regulation with regards, for instance, to the political advertising. That includes a greater transparency for all that is, relates to contributions, to ad spendings, and a clear definition about what a political ad is. This is not clear today in the different European countries. And in the different European countries, the definition is different, which is also some sort of an issue in the way we approach our work. So, yes, we definitely call for more cooperation and regulation with decision makers. Now, what is important is to really kind of insist on the real issues, not focusing on things where we should not focus. And for instance, disinformation as such, I really don't think that it would be a good idea to try to define from a regulatory perspective what a fake news is and to try to regulate it. But on the other hand, again, there's really a lot of fields where a lot should be done with the kind of green light of democratically elected people.
To snowball on that, I can only agree with Jakob that regulating content is not the way to go. And it's not the way to go because in a democratic society, frankly, I as a citizen have a constitutional right to lie.
Exactly.
I don't have a constitutional right to harm others and to deceive others, but I can lie in terms of fiction, in terms of, no, I can lie. So that's not the issue. But going back to the more fundamental issues here, the international law is clear. International law applies to cyberspace, both during war and during peacetime. The Tallinn Manual already was mentioned, the Tallinn Manual on the applicability of international law to cyberspace, and that is currently the best practice, a state-of-the-art of expert opinion of global legal advisors on how it applies across the world. NATO also has made it clear that cyberspace is a domain of operations for NATO, next to land, sea, and air, and that most importantly for allies, that collective defense also applies in cyberspace, and that you do not have to respond in kind. So if a cyber attack was up to Article 4 and 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty threshold, in other words, if there was death, destruction of property, or so on, it also calls for an Article 4 or 5 response. So that's all already in place. But moving on to a digital Geneva Convention, that, whilst ideal, is not a realistic plan for two reasons. One of them is that international corporations do not make law. No, Facebook doesn't make law, international law, and Microsoft does not make international law. Nations and bodies compiled of nations make international law. So a Microsoft started initiative, whilst great for discussion and public relations, does not create international norms, and it cannot create international norms. That would be an upheaval of international rules and norm creation as we know it in a post-Second World War world, which perhaps is not optimal for those who are rules and rule of law based societies. So there have been attempts to create international norms, most that are global in nature, most notably the UN processes, including the UN Group of Governmental Experts, the UNGG. And those have epically broken down, frankly. There have been walkouts, there have been yelling across at each other across tables. So it is quite clear that nations are not at the point where they can create a digital Geneva Convention, and frankly, if we're looking for something that's parallel to arms control, that happened through decades. It didn't happen over the course of years. So for me, it's clear that right now the question is really state practice and shared practice of regional or like-minded nations. We're still at a point where threat intelligence sharing across borders in real time or close to real time so that it's actionable in terms of cyber's operations is problematic at best. We're still at a time where most cross-border cybercrime incidents do not get investigated because they're out of jurisdiction of the victims' national police forces jurisdiction. So we're really at the point where regional cooperation is most that we can hope for, both in terms of norm and practice creation and in terms of practical operational cooperation. And for that, I'm very much looking at EU, frankly more so than at NATO. NATO is a defense organization. Cybersecurity of our digital lifestyles is a way of life question. And whilst the EU has made great strides in terms of the Network and Information Security Directive, GDPR, the Digital Services Act, it's also clear that it's not really taken full advantage of the power of a union to be a partner for the likes of Microsoft and Facebook and so on, to really, instead of markets of 1 to 80 million, which is the population of member states, instead of, and that's a tough negotiation position for a global corporation. instead to negotiate with Facebook, with Microsoft, with Google, with Amazon, with the tech giants as a block that sets standards, that sets certification frameworks, and that sets a clear threshold of what is okay and what isn't. And that for me is the most that I could dream for in terms of creating state practice that's more than one government. And then secondly, really it's the question of even bilateral operational cooperation in Europe, doing what Five Eyes does for the societies we live in.
Thank you. I think that our time is over, and we do not have enough time for questions, but really Radu was wanting to raise another topic here on our comments, but I think that such kind of discussion may take a long, and I'm very glad that we instead of having a lot of earlier timing, that we have many leaving for 50 minutes, and I believe we can talk 1 hour more even on that matter. I really appreciate your remote joining, and perhaps next time is going to be good in person to be, because these events, one of the great added value for them is the social networking, and the networking between the people, between the experts, governments and IT and information security experts and business organizations. So thank you for your remote joining, and for you for listening us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bojan.
Yes, the next panelist is Martin from Soul Cyber, and he's going to make for you a demo. Yes. Yep.
Здравейте! Както вече разбрахте, аз съм Мартин от Soul Cyber.
Martin from Soul Cyber.
Експерт по киберсигурност.
Cyber security expert.
Една помощна масичка.
Wait for a second.
Също и моя колега онлайн.
My colleague would be with me online, so we will demonstrate to you what unknown file can do to you if you open it, or an employee open it. Here is Krasi.
Краси, чуваме ли се?
Do you hear us, Krasi? Yes? I'm hearing you and I'm seeing you. Do you hear me? Yes. I will ask you if we can turn the camera to the presentation. My name is Krasimir Kotsev. I'm also a cybersecurity expert in Soul Cyber. I have a long-term experience in the cybersecurity, protecting of networks, servers, checking of security. Up to now, I've been an expert at Soul Cyber. I will just say a few words about Soul Cyber as well, when we start the presentation. I hope that you'd like the conference up to now. I heard the panelists up to now. The topics are really interesting. I see that the time is short, so we will try to make it up. We want to explain to you what is an unprotected system, what is a protected system, how it could be exploited in a time when it is opened. I would like to thank the organizers of that event for the opportunity of being part of it, to the Ethics magazine. I should have been in a physical presence with you, but my flight was delayed. And again, we need to use our digital channels, which proves how dependent we are on the internet, because just 20, 15 years ago, maybe my flight would have prevented me to be part of the conference. Marty, could you switch to the next slide? Thank you. I told you about myself and now about the company. We are cybersecurity experts for the checking of the security, and we would like to help any company to protect their data, to be protected by cyber threats and attacks. We are specializing in penetration test, vulnerability management. So we are probably one of the best hackers in Bulgaria. Our team has been known even worldwide. And we would like to share good practices from the industry. At the first place, let us talk about what is a secure system before going to the demonstration. What is a secure system? Maybe it sounds trivial to you, but it is a version with patch services, and the last version, it's very important about the last version would be with the last patch updates. It shows that Google Chrome, since the beginning of 2019, has 19 verified vulnerabilities. Verified, it means that somebody had checked it, and it's but there are more than 40. So in the protocols that are used there and in the other services, we all use Microsoft, Skype. For NordVPN, there was discovered in September 4th, very recently, was discovered the vulnerability. It was a great news in the cyberspace. In 2018, the vulnerabilities as Spectrum and Meltdown became popular. They allow a malware consumer to obtain information from the system without having the privileges for that. Some versions of Windows, if you want to apply all the updates, you have to change some of the registers of the systems so that they could be activated successfully. So even the automatic update is not sufficient. You need to have a technical expertise or a person who can make some changes in the configuration to just apply those updates. These are some of the more often measures for protection. We believe that every system should have them. So the firewall should be activated and only accept traffic that we know. So the role of the firewall is to protect also your system by malware. Another good practice is to have an antivirus programs, endpoint security, because in the last years there is no clear separation between an antivirus service and HIPS. So the antivirus system blocks the access to the files of the malware, and HIPS analyzes the files or change of registers of your system to prevent unauthorized access to your system. But in the last years, the trends of the producers, they offer just great packs, and there is no clear distinction, but you have a whole product taking care of the security of your system. Usually those vendors, the providers of McAfee, Huawei, and so the functionality of Windows and Microsoft Windows Defender is not only a firewall, it's more than that. Another good measure is an app locker. It's a very good practice that allows us what files and applications should you use. So this component could be very used to the attacks when you need to open files, and it could be beneficial to the attack that would be demonstrated to you by Marty. Something else I want to share with you. Have you heard of CIS benchmark? CIS е Център за Internet Security, and it just makes recommendations for all the operational systems and services. So every one of you could go to this site and download configuration for the operational system you use. If you use Linux, you can get this benchmark, which is 180 pages with instructions of how you can protect your Linux system by cyber attacks. It's free. It's for free. You can use it for vulnerability assessment, risk assessment, and it could be very beneficial for your system administrators. Maybe here you will make the first demonstration. What could we do on a secure system? We will try to exploit this system through a malware file. Thank you, Krasi. As you said, we'll try to penetrate in a computer with a switched on firewall, Windows Defender. As you see from the screen, all the Defender is turned on. Imagine that the employees are in their home office and they work on their private devices. A person receives an email from the company. Because they're working by the personal computers, they need to be provided with VPI, where they can look for the resources. And then the person who is presented himself as a system administrator, and he needs to download this executor file. As you see, the browser does not stop us to just download this, and this TeamViewer installation starts. After the installation, you will see that on this put will be shown by an executable, and it's downloaded by the malware machine of the executor. And this is actually happening when the TeamViewer has been installed. As you notice, just before it was downloaded, you saw this black screen, which is another executable file that is integrated in the first one. So the antivirus program actually did not give access to the attacker. While the TeamViewer is working, and you would not really notice that there is any problem. As you see, this is the machine of the attacker, and we don't have a return session by the victim. We will show you on the second demonstration when antivirus program has stopped, and this is the biggest risk because employees are using their personal computers. We don't know what is their condition, whether they have updates and how they have been managed. Could we show the video again? Could you go to the middle and then pause, where you can see the desktop of the Windows system? Forward. Could you pause? Do you see something that is not really right? Do you see it? This Windows is not activated. It is just with tests goals, and I just wanted to see whether you would notice that the Windows is not activated. You can see that even on Windows that is not activated, there could be Windows Defender and antivirus. But the best practice is to have a licensed Windows, so you can receive the real and current updates from Microsoft, and you would be protected with the last version of the Windows Defender. Here, it's important to talk that the security of a system does not depend only on the system, but very important about the security is whether the organizations controlling how come the employees are using external disks, their passwords, sensitive information. So when you limit the opportunities of a consumer, it's not only bad because you are protecting him in this way. Let's talk about the slide. What is a non-secure system? It's, of course, non-secure system. Someone tried to turn it literally into a firewall, but we mean something else. The reality is a bit boring. A non-secure system is something like this, what you see on the screen. It's a tool of one single system. See how many vulnerabilities are there for this system. Patches were missing. All of those vulnerabilities could be potentially used for the exploitation and stealing of data, theft, or all kinds of risks connected with the cyber threats. Cybersecurity. Does the operational system matter? We've been talking about Windows system, but because they're mostly used, but that does not mean that other operational systems could be went around by the hackers. For example, a malware attacker could use the system of the victim, high severity isolation. Another vulnerability is Siri. We can just read the information and notifications until the telephone is locked. most of the consumers does not think how critical those vulnerabilities are and why it's so important to have protection, especially in a corporative environment. The data is not preserved in Windows, but on Linux. Most often they are based on Linux system. Even Amazon has Linux distribution. In Linux system, it's very important to keep a standard for the protection because there is an opinion that Linux systems are more secure than the Windows. I don't think so. A Linux system should be configured rightly so that it should be protected. Otherwise, it's just the same as Windows. For example, access to consumer accounts, access to system files, also who has access to logs, who can use the unauthorized code and scripts. These are all measures that could be applied so that this system would be more secure than a Windows system. So the second part of the demonstration, we will show you what happens to this malware file that was sent to the consumer. And here the machine is not updated. And now Marty will tell you more. Again, the scenario is the same email, the file is downloaded. The interesting thing now is that after the installation of the TeamViewer, something additional happens. There is a message here. Although the antivirus program was stopped, Windows tells us that maybe there is something wrong with the file. We don't know where it comes from, who is the author, are you sure you want to execute? But if there is a good phishing script or scenario, the employer would trust his system administrator and he would accept it. And then there is the normal installation of the TeamViewer. And again, after it is finished, you will notice this executable, which here it's for the purpose of this demo, so you can see that there are some things going on at the back, and then it is self-installed on the computer of the victim. And now you can see this black screen. There is a second exe that really moves those processes, and then it connects it to the malware server. It appears for a few seconds, then TeamViewer starts, and a consumer that does not expect something like this, he thinks that this is the normal thing. And then it's installed, the malware, and what's the result now? We have a installed button to the computer, and then there is a command session on the attacker's computer where it can just execute all those commands on the victim's computer. Now it checks what kind of user is this. It's in the directory of the installed Python. And you can imagine what could happen from now on. Here I would like to point out two things. You saw that there was this big black screen installer, and you think, maybe I'm very incompetent that something additional has been installed in our system. It was on purpose to leave it that way so that we can show you that there is an additional process going on this system. But this big black screen could be hidden, and then it could be invisible to the consumer. So everything happens very vaguely and for the consumer. On the other hand, to have this demonstration, we just kind of reactivated in a lab environment with different exploits in different ways. Maybe by the 30 attempts we've made, 7, 8 times we escaped the firewall and antivirus program, and they couldn't detect the file that has been sent. So in this way, even your system is quite secure, there is a risk when you open a file. Not always you can check this malware. Many times we actually manage to avoid the firewall. What is a malware file? On the picture you see, I will tell you what is this picture in a second. First of all, to have an effective attack, there is a it matters how knowledgeable the consumer is. To exploit a system like this, you need to use social engineering techniques. Actually, we depend on the fact that the victim would just provide us with an access when he opens an attached file. What could such a file do? We will just talk about the endings of the file, and we'll find out how it could be a contaminated file. Of course, we need to have updates or not rightly configured systems. JPEG, you all know it. It's connected with pictures and photos. What you see on the slide is one and the same picture. On the left is Binar look, and on the other side is the picture itself, as you see. Could you see the circled part of the bytes? It's a code that is put into the picture, so the pixels that are bytes are changed with other bytes that are the executor. So in this way you can put the code into a picture. Why did we choose that? Because they would like to wear black. Because when this pixel is changed, there is a black dot, and if the picture is quite white, the consumer could notice that there is something missing in the picture. Here, the element, so the code of the Arthur Shelby is black, so it could provide an executor code that would just go to the system of the consumer. And when you open it, you also execute the code. PDF is the second extension. There could be a hidden JavaScript code, and it could not be malware in itself, but it could be encrypted and just fulfill instructions, also to be downloaded to the machine, and then this file would be decrypted and executed on the machine. In this way, it could avoid firewalls, antivirus, and we have to forbid the JavaScript. The people in a corporative environment, they use macros for financial operations, and they're also executable code. From generated macros is infiltrated in the Microsoft, and then they could just do some malware activities. And the last one, .exe, it's an executable. When we speak about Windows, if you install applications, you do it with this extension. So that's why it's very important to when you have a corporate environment, those files should be downloaded or installed only through the system administrator. This way allows the hacker to make all kinds of changes to the victim's machine, especially if it has a weak protection. If you have this extension .exe, there would be we won't doubt that something is happening, something bad is happening with our computer when we see this extension. I hope this demonstration was interesting to you. Thank you for your attention. If you want to learn more about the attack and how we reproduce it, he can go to Marty and he can demonstrate to him how such a file could be created and how we managed to break through the system. If you want to discuss some of the attacks, I would be very glad to contact me on my email, my telephone, or in my LinkedIn profile. Thank you for your attention. I hope it was useful for you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Я да видим. Чуваме ли се? Още малко и ви пускам. Имаме две
There's a little left, and I will release you.
С интересни решения. Да видим дали
We have some interesting solutions. Florian,
can you hear us?
Florian.
Има ли го Florian? Okay. Okay. So, първо ще направим едно представяне на първото решение, след което ще видите демо от Florian. После има още
the first solution, then there'll be a demo from Florian, and there is another story left, and we are done.
Добромир Стоев.
Добромир Стоев is coming on stage.
Чува се. Добри, представи компанията.
Please represent your company.
Така в този следобед малко да разчупя, малко се чувствам като
млад
кум на сватба след тая
a
карантина
young groom
така че се радвам да видя повече
at a wedding after this quarantine period. So it is so nice to see those people open to interesting ideas. My name is Dobromir Stoev. My thanks to Sashu and my colleagues from Kliko for giving me a chance to share our experience with Sentinel-1. I am an expert in an international company operating between Mexico and Australia. So we're covering the whole world. And we're dealing with foreign exchange operations, financial instruments. Our whole business is online. We are pretty much dependent on technology. And we have to be secure. At the onset of the quarantine with Kliko, we did a security audit of our technology. We found a few weak spots. One of them was the need to improve the security of workstations.
компютри, с които нашите служители
of
работят.
the PCs our employees were using.
Последваха едни интересни
And then there was some interesting targeted attacks, and Glico gave me access to Sentinel-1, and we managed to halt more than 40 attacks. Let me ask you,
да те попитам доколко средата при вас е динамична и
how dynamic is your environment? And before the audit, you had targeted attacks, you mentioned. How does it relate to what we heard from the head of organized crime department of the police? Is it a frequent phenomenon, this stumbling across funny developments? The business is being digitized at the moment, and online attacks are becoming increasingly frequent and more sophisticated and difficult to ward off. We're a very dynamic type of business.
И всъщност да, напоследък не е още по-трудно да митигираме.
Yes, it's increasingly difficult to mitigate those attacks.
Относно Sentinel, ако мога да кажа,
a few words about Sentinel.
Е много полезен като продукт.
It's a useful product for us.
Атаките бяха насочени към хора,
The attacks targeted people who operated our financial systems. These are guys without high technical qualifications or security experience, and they are prone to open all sorts of files and to tend to believe everybody and have everything installed. And this is how they got control of some of our machines, but they couldn't do, luckily, a lot of damage. We've been using Sentinel for a month. Before I came into the meeting, we have about 50 attacks.
Едно от нещата, с което ни хареса като продукт е, че има опция за rollback.
We have neutralized, and there is a rollback if they have you crypted.
Да. И аз не можах да повярвам, когато ми го разказаха, но да,
машина
атакувана,
to us, but a machine which was attacked.
Не знам, според мен някой
You might have been in one of our demos. Probably someone here is trying to convince me that I spent my money well. Sentinel-1 actually gave us return on the investment the moment we bought it. Very easy dashboard, easy to work, very good reporting, a lot of functions, especially in terms of workstation management. You can remote control, you can have them isolated. We have an antivirus. We used to have an antivirus program, other controls, centralized management of workplaces, but Sentinel gives something on top of that. So this is what I wanted to ask you. So you had certain protections before that, firewalls, etc., etc. And despite all that, the endpoints had to be protected additionally. Yes, in our case, yes. We have web proxies, firewalls, antiviral software, but they found a way to infect us.
Това, което исках да кажа допълнително, е, аз съм работил с други
I have worked with other antivirus products. I don't know. It's not good to
това, което за мен
name names. But
the
good thing about Sentinel is that you can keep your older antivirus program, and we put Sentinel on top of it. We use the cloud solution. We had it installed for 5 minutes. It's not my job, but it's so easy. And we put it on 200 machines within an hour. I haven't seen. I've been in IT for 15 years. I never had an easier integration. So a very convenient thing to use, a very useful tool. We've been using it actively for a month now. Our thanks to Dobrin and then over to Florin.
Florian, you didn't understood what we were talking about, but
Perhaps
or you did.
Didn't understand.
You did.
What we were talking about.
Okay, up to you.
Thank you. So I'm trying to share my screen. 1 second. Okay. Okay, so first, probably need to jump in between the windows as I can't share my desktop. So I want to give you a super brief introduction into how SentinelOne works and what's so special about our product. So we're an endpoint security tool.
Florian, we don't see your screen if you're sharing something.
You don't see it?
No.
Do you see it now?
Now, yes.
Okay. Perfect. So our security tool does not rely on known bad. So we do not use any signatures in the product. We only use machine learning data models and behavioral analytics, basically, process behavior analytics to detect malicious behavior instead of detecting malicious files only. So what our agent basically is doing is looking at each and every process that is started on your machine and giving it a behavioral score over its entire lifetime with all the links that it's starting another process and another process. And all that is calculated into a behavioral score, basically. And I put my machine into a detect-only mode. We just heard we are compatible with other existing security tools on the endpoint. While we don't need them, you can completely replace your endpoint security tool with SentinelOne, but we can live in coexisting, especially during the rollout, for example. So I put my machine into detect-only mode to show you how it would look like if the attack is detected in a later stage, basically. So we will not stop anything, but only alert on it. And while we're running on the machine, we collect a lot of data, which can also be used later on to visualize what was going on the machine. So let's just save that. And I hope I can give you also this view here. Can you give me a short thumbs up if you can see my virtual machine now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. So this is a virtual machine. Again, my client is set to detect only. I have some documents on the machine, and I opened Office document, normal Office document, and this is equipped with some macros. And macros are, since 20 years, a big pain for the security industry, but because they're so broadly used in the industry, and they're really hard to manage. And just look here, that's the currency exchange rate from euro to US dollar, which is wrong. So if I enable the content, it will update that currency exchange rate from the internet. And that's just normal Office thing that's done thousands of times in your industry or in your company every day. So getting some new currency exchange rates, stock rates, whatever, downloading it from SharePoint, etc., wire markers, that's normal. No alert was generated. Now if I click here, the other button, the story is different. The Office document is already closed itself, a shell was spawned, so a command interpreter, and now we already have a thread. And I'm just pivoting back to our console. I hope you can still see that with the multi-sharing now. And I already have a thread now, which is in the kind of suspicious. And it's telling me already here on the right side, behavioral indicators why we think that this is worth an alert. So at the beginning, the document just behaves abnormal because it's spawning shellcode basically and bypassing the user account control, which is limiting your permissions on the machine. So that is the point where normally it would have been stopped already, but detect only, so it is allowed to run now. After that, it is established a persistence via a scheduled task to be a reboot persistent on the machine. So the attacker will still maintain access even if we kill it now. Now another indicator popped in, which is a second persistence on the machine, this time via a registry key. In the meantime, also my stored password credentials in the Chrome browser were leaked by that threat. And we can see that here as indicators, but we can also dig deeper if needed to actually have a process tree and see each individual process that was started, always with the command lines attached to it. So you can dig deep to see the command lines which were used, the parameters, the behavioral indicators which are attached to each individual process. So we can go really deep, and we can also use that for threat hunting activities to search for abnormal behaviors inside of your environment. But let's move back. My threat is still evolving here. And it showed its real evil face now. It added a certificate on the machine and did some ransomware behavior on the machine, so it encrypted my files, basically. All of that was done just with native tools on the machine, so there was no malware introduced in this case. Everything was done in PowerShell only and with some bash files. So it was a typical living of the land attack, where I don't introduce any new tools, I just live from the tools which are already present on the machine. So what I would expect now from the machine, how it looks like, is the files are encrypted, there are multiple scheduled tasks, registry keys modified on the machine, and basically the machine is completely wrecked and toast. So let's have a look at it. Yep. Looks ugly. My wallpaper changed. My documents are actually encrypted, and they're really encrypted, so I can't open them anymore. So they are corrupted right now. I even have here on the task scheduler library a new task which is called evil task, and if I run that, it will spawn another command and control session which is reaching out to a command and control server and waiting for another introductions from the evil guys. And even though I clicked here on that task is automatically added to the existing thread. So you get only a single alert for the entire attack chain instead of multiple single alerts for individual bits and pieces of the attack. And because we monitored each and every process right from the beginning and wrote basically down what was changed, what register keys were created, deleted, changed, etc., we're now able to respond to that threat, because that is obviously something we want to stop. So let's do that. I can go to the actions menu here and go to the mitigation actions. And killing and quarantine would normally automatically happen in real time on the endpoint, because all of the analytics, all of the correlation is done directly on the endpoint in real time. So killing and quarantine would happen in real time, but if you spot something behavioral based, that means something already happened. A dropper just downloaded another utility, it created maybe a registry key, it was not really malicious, but something already was altered on your machine. That's why we have the remediation. So we can delete everything that came to your machine or was created there in the context of that threat. And rollback means we restore the files that were modified and changed from that threat, and only the files that were changed by that threat, not the other files which were just changed by a normal user. So I will click here, I can mark my threat as resolved. I'm giving it an analyst verdict like, yes, that was a true positive, that was a demo. So hitting apply, now my agent is getting a job to basically clean the machine. So it means killing all the existing running processes, restoring the files, and deleting all the scheduled tasks, registry keys, etc. that were created. And if I just click here on refresh, you saw the evil task and the really evil task, both of them disappear. So now my machine is back to normal as it was before the attack. That can be super helpful in the case something went to a certain stage in your environment, because re-imaging an entire environment just does not scale. So if an attacker is in your environment, you need tools that can basically remediate and clean up your machines in an automated way, because you don't have the time to re-image everything. So the agent is collecting a lot of the data, and actually if we would dig deeper here, we can extract some IOCs, and I know we're a little bit tight in time, so doing it super fast. I could extract some IOCs, so an IP address, a domain name from that threat. And the next thing I would be interested in, of course, is are there any other machines talking to that malicious IP address in my environment? And if so, what's the context of that connection? That can be done via our deep visibility. So that's the endpoint detection response part, basically, where you could search for artifacts like process names, domain names, IP addresses, hashes, command line arguments, you name it, to search for artifacts. And now I see in the last 30 days a couple of machines basically.
Florian, Florian, can you hear me? If you're showing the management console, we're not seeing it. We're seeing the desktop, yeah? Sorry.
Okay, that's strange. It tells me that I'm sharing. Is it better now?
Now, yes.
Okay. Sorry for that. So, as I said, if you search for an artifact here, and this one would be just a network artifact. This is a malicious URL. Let's search for it. Filter down to one endpoint, and then you get a storyline. That's the glue between the individual processes, basically, which our agent is creating automatically. So it's always creating stories. So from searching for a network artifact, I can easily pivot to the entire story and maybe see that a similar or another threat was going on that machine that used the same command and control service, for example, but did maybe some other stuff. It didn't do the ransomware or whatever. So we have a really rich data lake in the background, which you can use to hunt and also blacklist stuff, of course, then and mark them as malicious and do the same remediation as before. So I think I'm almost in time. So if there are any questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Сега ще мина обратно на български, за да обобщя това, което видяхте не в пълната си красота и това, което разказа Добри. Sentinel-1 е, може би, най-бързото решение за
perhaps for removal and stopping attacks of end devices. Very easy to manage, even myself, as someone who's not involved in IT. I was able to cope with installing and maintaining this. If somebody wants to learn more, get in touch with us. We'll show you other things as well. Now let me invite on stage Mikhail from A1 to tell us one more story.
Thank you. Mikhail, you can present yourself. Hello. My name is Mikhail Semergil from A1. I'm responsible for the fixed and IT services in the company. And I want to thank you for the invitation. Thank you for being with us now. Tell us a bit more about the new challenges and services that you provide on the market. Why are you doing that? We all know that joke. Who is leading the digitalization in your company? Well, the CEO and COVID. So COVID digitalized our companies in our country. And before COVID, more and more business processes in small and bigger companies in the country started depending on desktop applications or other kinds of software. The companies right now, it's very hard for them to catch up with the digitalization of their processes and to give their employees means to work with that, to secure them, and from the point of availability and security. We as A1, because we have quite a big volume of customers, we face their problems that we have as well. So we realize that things that are for us, we can just offer them as services to our clients. We are focused on security solutions, infrastructure, service, video monitoring, and all the others. I'm very glad that you started in this direction because everyone on the market, it's hard for us to have competent employees, and the digitalization that we are trying to have, we need them. And I believe that this could be a very successful approach for new markets for you and for all the other people who could offer IT for service. What kind of service did you develop and why with the F5 networks? F5 is our partner. We use them for our enterprise solutions and for endpoint client solutions. As I said, there are needs that appeared, and we use F5 as an application file, and we offer that product to our end clients. It's in our certified data center, and that allows us very quickly to be adequate to every business, no matter how big it is. What we are strong in is that all the financial heaviness, we can take it. The product is installed with us, and we configure it to the client. And we can also provide full management of this solution for companies that would not have employees or staff for security application. What kind of companies would take advantage of this type of service? All companies that have web applications. More and more businesses are using web applications, account houses, lawyers' offices, advertising agencies. They work with clients' data. And also big companies with business processes that go through a web softwares that has been developed for them. So it's a quite universal tool for people who use software-based applications. How could people find you? Well, the easiest way is if you in Google write application A1. We have a website where we explain for what that means for clients, and all of us, you can find our staff that can help you. Thank you very much that you were with us, and I thank to all of you that were here to the end for this first gathering after COVID, and I hope that probably we'll have another one in the future. Once again, I want to thank the organizers, to the guests, and all the people who really helped us to be together today. Thank you.